Advantage Specialties is your one-stop shop for business promotional needs in Huntsville. Need a logo on a shirt, hat, or other piece of clothing? Advantage Specialties provides embroidery in-house. Embroidery in-house helps make the process fast and affordable. What about promotional products? Banners, signs? Advantage Specialties can help put your name on virtually anything. For custom in-house embroidery, promotional products, printing, and much more, check out AdvantageSpecialties.com. That's AdvantageSpecialties.com.
Whether it's uphill or down, Bill Fick Ford has the vehicle whatever your adventure. Needing to tow a load or just more room for the family? Either way, Bill Fick Ford has you covered with the best selection of fuel-efficient Ford SUVs and crossovers, including the 2021 Ford Explorers and Expeditions. There's also the 2021 Ford Rangers, ready for the toughest adventures on road or off. Hurry in today to Bill Fick Ford, I-45 South in Huntsville, or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
And a pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pat Keneally Diamond at Alumni Field here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University, as we welcome you now to the Southland Conference Baseball Tournament semi-finals. Cannot believe we are saying that here as the Sam Houston Bearkats get set to take on the Abilene Christian Wildcats after a thrilling pair of games where the Bearkats took down A&M Corpus Christi 14-2 here to start today, and then we just saw an incredible game here between Southeastern Louisiana and New Orleans in a 15-13. We'll talk more of that here in this pregame. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside of my broadcast partner and good friend Jordan Smith here on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. Jordan, welcome to the 2021 Southland Conference Baseball Semifinals, Sam Houston, Abilene Christian. Glad to be here with you, my friend, and this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker of a match here today.
Add that to the thesaurus, page number 7, but but like you said, didn't honestly really think that we would be saying this right now. It's been an up and down season for Sam Houston, but in this tournament, after losing day one, they've been able to find a way to get the offense clicking, and they've been able to get that to complement their stellar pitching that they have had all tournament long, and it has helped them get to this point where now all they need, granted a lot easier said than done, but all they need is 2 wins, and they're headed to the championship game Saturday night.
You're absolutely right. A lot easier said than done. They're dealing with an Abilene Christian squad that is 36-19 on the regular season after picking up a couple of wins earlier in the earlier rounds. One against Lamar, 7-1 on Wednesday, and then taking care of business against A&M Corpus Christi in a thriller yesterday, 4-3. Bearcats' road has been a little bit of a rougher one. lost to A&M Corpus Christi in the opening match of the conference tournament, 4-3 on a walk-off single from Itchy Birds. They got the revenge earlier today in a 14-2 thrashing of the Islanders. Previously, they beat Lamar to eliminate them, 7-4. 2 teams left in the Texas bracket, 2 teams left in the Louisiana bracket. And like I said here at the top of the broadcast, we had a thrilling finish to Southeastern Louisiana up against the University of New Orleans Privateers. New Orleans led 12-3 after 5 innings. And across the 6th through the 9th inning, Southeastern Louisiana put up a whopping 12 runs while New Orleans could only muster 1 more. And a 3-run shot in the top of the 9th to complete a 6th spot in the top of the 9th inning vaulted Southeastern Louisiana to a win, 15-13, and they play McNeese in the nightcap of today's action coming up at the conclusion of Abilene Christian and Sam Houston. It's been a thrilling day here in Hammond, and will continue to do so through the back half of these games. We're going to step aside and take a break. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups and final notes and first pitch here. From the Pat here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University, you are listening to Bearcat Baseball on 101.7 KSAM Digital and the Bearcat Sports Network.
This is Tim Rushing with Charlie's Used Cars. As most of you have seen or know, we are being affected by the I-45 freeway expansion. I assure you we are open and ready to serve you with your next vehicle purchase. We have driveway access off the I-45 feeder road as well as easy access off of Normal Park Drive. Charlie's Used Cars has been serving the area for 48 years and offers quality pre-owned vehicles and superior customer service. I encourage you to stop by and see us at 230 I-45 South here in Huntsville or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com.
This is Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Communication is key to winning any game. Just as Sam Houston wins on the gridiron, I help you win in the real estate market. As an expert in today's competitive market, I can help you make a successful offer on a property and sell your home for top dollar. When you support this local realtor, you support an entire family and a proud Bearcat. I'm Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Visit my website at huntsvilletxrealestate.com. Eat 'em up, Cats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Pacanili Diamond at Alumni Field here at Southeastern Louisiana University in gorgeous Hammond, Louisiana. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside Jordan Smith as we continue to go along in our pregame here as we get set for Abilene Christian versus Sam Houston. If Abilene Christian wins, they are off to the Southland Conference Championship. If Sam Houston wins, they'll be back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, barring that McNeese loses to Southeastern Louisiana later tonight. If McNeese wins, Bearcats will be back at noon if they can pick up the win against Abilene Christian. If McNeese wins, I just said that. Either way, there's a lot to balance here in these final few days. We are down to 4 teams: Abilene Christian, Sam Houston, McNeese, and Southeastern Louisiana. By the end of the night, we could be down to our final 2, or we could still have all 4, or we could have 3. Do with it what you will. Let's take a look at the starting lineups here today starting with Abilene Christian. They are the away team. They will start first, a 36-19 record this season under the direction of head coach Rick McCarty, 67-53 in his win-loss record in his 3rd season at Abilene Christian. Starting things off, doing the catching and batting first is Mitchell Dixon. Not very often you see a catcher leading off things at the top of the order. Batting second and playing in center is Grayson Tatro, sophomore center fielder. Batting third and playing in right field is Colton Eager, the junior right fielder. Batting fourth and being the designated hitter is Tommy Cruz. Batting fifth and playing in left field is Miller Ladisaw. Batting sixth and playing at shortstop is Bash Randall. Batting seventh and playing at first base is Hunter Gieser. Batting eighth and playing at second base is Brett Hammett. And batting ninth and playing at third base is Bryson Hill. And doing the pitching today, it is the right-handed thrower for the Abilene Christian Wildcats, Henner Cervantes. For your Bearcats of Sam Houston, starting things off at the designated position, number 9 is Bryce Holmes. Batting second, playing in center field, as always, Mr. Colton Cowser. Batting third and playing at first base is Jack Rogers. Batting cleanup and playing in right field is Blake Facher. He's been riding a hot bat in this playoffs. We'll see if he continues to do that today. Doing the catching today and batting fifth is Gavin Johnson. Batting sixth and playing in left field, getting his first start of this tournament is Clayton Chadwick. batting 7th, and playing at third base is Mason Schultz, batting 8th, and playing at shortstop is Anthony McKenzie, and batting 9th, and playing at second base is Easton Lloyd. And doing the pitching is the left-handed thrower in Matt Dillard. That is your lineup and starting pitchers for both Abilene Christian and the Bearkats of Sam Houston. Jordan, as we are roughly 1 minute away from the teams taking the field, final notes before we get underway here in this game 1 of potentially 2 in the Southland Conference Tournament baseball semifinals.
I think something for Sam Houston, we've alluded to it all I would say series, that's what it's felt like, a crazy series, but all tournament long, the hitting has to get out to a fast start. We've seen that in the last couple of days here this morning. We saw it yesterday to keep the Bearkats alive. But I'm going to go reverse today. Matt Dillard has not been his best this season. 1-4 in 9 appearances, 7 of those being starts. So he's only had a decision in 5 of his 7 starts, a .682 ERA for the sophomore. Granted, little inexperience. Last year didn't help with the shortened season to gain on that experience, and now this year he has a full another season trying to get some more experience, but either way, not a great year for him. The one positive that I'm looking at right here is the 14 walks compared to the 34 when you compare Cervantes and Dillard, and the batting average allowed 262 for Dillard, 278 for Gunnar Cervantes. And so that's the main thing I'm looking for here is what situationally, with 2 outs, with runners in scoring position, what is Dillard going to do? He, instead of the offense, like we mentioned in the past 2 days, today, my focus is on Matt Dillard.
As the bell tolls across the street at the Lutheran Church, 4 o'clock is the time as we are about ready to get underway with things here from the Pat here in Hammond, Louisiana. Again, I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside Jordan Smith. We are glad you're with us once again here. Our 4th broadcast of this conference tournament. It's been a lot of fun. We hope to keep on rolling here. We would love to come back tomorrow for a shot to see the Bearkats advance to the Southland Conference Championship in their final year in the Southland Conference. A lot of sponsors have done a lot of great work to have these broadcasts be possible, Jordan, and we would love to thank them right now before we get underway.
Absolutely. Charlie's Used Cars. Customer satisfaction is our #1 priority. Wiesner Hyundai Condor, where you buy for less. SHSU University Hotel, located in the heart of the SHSU campus. Daiquiri BB Abbey Realty, Huntsville's real estate expert. Advantage Specialties, they're your one-stop shop for business promotional needs in Huntsville. Also, Hit Solutions, real estate services and coaching and player development, helping instruct the stars to shine, as well as the Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, because everyone deserves to be remembered. Bill Fick Ford, no bull, just good deals. Murray Insurance and Financial Services, an agency you can trust. El Gordo Taqueria, try it once, and you'll be hooked. And finally, but certainly not least, Texpress Urgent Care, quality health care, and unmatched customer service.
Mitchell Dixon will stride here into the batter's box. The sophomore from Flower Mound, Texas. Matt Dillard will toe the rubber in the mound, and we are ready to get underway here in the 2021 Southland Conference Baseball Tournament semifinals. We're glad you're with us on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. Matt Dillard will roll here out of the windup. He'll kick real quickly here and deliver the first pitch of the game at 4:02 p.m., and it is a strike to get things underway here between the Wildcats of Abilene Christian and the Bearkats of Sam Houston. Dillard again out of the windup, kicks and delivers the 0-1. That one finds the zone for a strike. 0-2 the count here to start things off against the sophomore Mitchell Dixon. And man, Dixon has had quite a season, batting .373 in the leadoff spot, doing the catching today for the Wildcats. Here's the 0-2 from Dillard. This was on the ground over to short. McKenzie will glove it on a couple hops. He'll throw to first, and that will be the first out of the top of the first. That will now hand things off to Grayson Tatro, the left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower for Abilene Christian. Abilene Christian in their gray jerseys today with their purple lettering written across the middle. Bearkats once again in their Bearcat orange with Bearkats written across the front and outlined in white, colored in black. Here's the first pitch here to Tatro, and that is called strike 1 on the outer half.
And Tatro, the sophomore, coming into the game, a .332 hitter on the year and one of the mainstays in the lineup, starting and playing in 52 games coming into this one. Definitely look for him to have an impact here today.
The 0-1 from Dillard just misses inside, 1-1 the count. Your umpiring crew for this game, calling balls and strikes behind the plate, is Jeremy Hayes. Down the first base side is Michael Durantes. Batting over, over at second is Jet Minton. And then over on the third base side is Bobby Entrikin. One away. Here's the 1-1 offering to Tatro. This one's lifted into left. This is going to be a tough play for a lot of people. Schultz calls everyone off, and he'll make the catch, losing the hat. And there is 2 away here in the top of the first. Actually, McKenzie, Schultz, and Chadwick all lost their hats there trying to go make that catch.
Hey, got the catch either way, so I'll take his second out here. Good start here for the Bearcats defensively. Now you go against a player in Colton Eager, who has really shined in the Southland Conference this season.
Look at him, how he's been hitting this year. 54 games appearances. He started every single one of them. .344 batting average, 13 home runs on 53 RBIs, and he leads the team in slugging percentage as well with .618. Definitely a really good hitter. He'll stand in the open stance. Here's the pitch from Dillard, and it is called strike 1 on the outer half, 0-1 with 2 away. Eager going to try and settle into this at-bat. 17 doubles to his credit on this season as well. A very good extra base hitter. He'll lift this one into left field. Running to his right is Clayton Chadwick. Near the foul line, he'll make the catch, and it is a 1-2-3 inning for Matt Dillard. Bearcats will have Bryce Holmes, Colton Cowser, and Jack Rogers come up in the bottom of the first inning. We'll see if the Bearcats can get a hot start offensively like they just have in the last 2 games. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it has to be El Gordo Taqueria. You'll experience the absolute best real Mexican food. El Gordo Taqueria has plates. Also, check out their new deck. Dine in or carry out, now available. Delivery to you from DoorDash and Grubhub. Open Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And now open Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For the absolute best authentic Mexican food in Huntsville, it's El Gordo Taqueria. Call us at 295-TACO. That's 295-8226. Try it once and you'll be hooked. El Gordo Taqueria.
Hey, Huntsville sports fans. This is Robert Lindeman of Hit Solutions Realty. Hit Solutions serves the real estate needs of the Huntsville area. I would like to introduce you to the newest member of our team, Karen Denman.
Hey y'all, this is Karen Denman. As a lifelong resident of Huntsville, I am passionate about our community. Hit Solutions Realty wants to assist you with finding that piece of property that makes you feel at home. To get the ball rolling, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
Welcome back here to the Pat here in Hammond, Louisiana, on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. Bottom of the first, ready to get underway. Bryce Holmes will come to the plate here in a moment to deal with Henry Cervantes, the starting pitcher today for the Wildcats of Abilene Christian. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside Jordan Smith. If you're just joining us, we're glad you're with us on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. As the junior from Dallardsville will get ready to settle in here. Jordan, what do you have here on Henry Cervantes? He's had a really odd season. He's got a 7-1 win-loss record in 14 appearances. In all of those, he started. What a 5.91 ERA.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of the same tale, but not really for Matt Dillard. You know, obviously he's been very successful. 8 decisions and 14 starts, gets his 15th here today. 2 complete games for him as well. That's the main thing, but the 5.91 ERA, the main thing is he's let a lot of people on base, allowing that 278 batting average, 74 hits in 67 innings pitched. This is a added benefit for the Bearcat offense here. They've got to attack early like they have in the past 2 games.
So here is Bryce Holmes. He'll lead things off here for the Bearcats, a 257 hitter heading into today. And he'll await the first pitch here from Cervantes. He'll take it for ball 1 outside, and that's out of the bottom of the first. Gets underway. Cervantes working out of a 3-quarter stance. He'll deliver the 1-0 to Holmes. Holmes gives this one a ride into the gap in right center. Over and making the catch on the run is the right fielder Colton Eager, and there is 2 pitches and 1 out here for Henry Cervantes. Let's work the Abilene Christian defense for you. They line up like this. Miller Ladisaw, he lines up in left. Out in center is Grayson Tatro, and right, as you just heard him making the catch, is Colton Eager. Around the horn on the infield, playing at third base is Bryson Hill. Over at shortstop is Bash Randall. Over at second is Brent Hammett. At first is Hunter Gieser. And doing the catching for Henry Cervantes is Mitchell Dixon. And so here's Colton Cowser with one away. First pitch swinging is Cowser. This is given a ride in the left center. Back toward the wall. This ball is dropped out there in center field by Tatro. Cowser will stride into second with a big hit to start things off here with one away in the bottom of the first inning. We'll see what they scored. They'll call it a hit. It's a double for Cowser.
A big hit there for Colton Cowser. At first there, I thought that one was going to carry, but just bouncing off the wall there, just about 10 or so feet maybe at the most from going over the wall and starting off 1-0 here. Good job by Cowser to attack early.
That'll bring up Jack Rogers. Bearcats already threatening here with one away, and you like to have Jack Rogers come to the plate with runners on. Cowser now 1-for-1 to start his afternoon here. That will quickly turn to night as the day progresses. First pitch here to Rogers is taken up high for ball one from Cervantes.
And here's the thing with Rogers. In the last two games, he has had huge tape measure moonshots over the right field wall, and he's done so in big moments in the game. Let's see if he can't get it right here to start things off.
Here's the 1-0 from Cervantes. Rogers gives this one a ride into right center. My friend, you called it. It's gone. A two-run shot into the right field parking lot once again for Mr. Jack Rogers and the Bearcats. Strike first here against the Wildcats. It's 2-0.
Commentators cursed, working into the benefit of the Bearcats there. You just kind of expected it at this point. Well, he's done it the last two games. Third time's a charm, getting over the right field wall yet again. This time, this one a little bit less on distance, but either way, still a very good hit. And this is the kind of cushion you want as a starting pitcher in Matt Dillard. This is going to help him a lot starting with the second inning.
Facher is first pitch swinging. This ball hit well into right center. This ball is carrying, and at the track, back-to-back jacks for the Bearcats! Blake Facher goes yard for his third home run in a matter of 2 days, and it is 3-0 Sam Houston. He had 3 home runs against A&M Corpus Christi this year, once in the regular season, twice in the 2 games that they played against them, and now he hits one here off of Henry Cervantes to make it 3-0 over the Wildcats.
Wow. That's all you can say. It's just wow. I thought Gavin was going to swing there.
Well, good that he didn't. That one missed in the turf, 1-0. Still only one out here in the bottom of the first inning. A 3-spot early on here for the Bearcats. Here's the next pitch to Johnson. He'll hack at that one. That's in the turf, and it's 1-1 now here on the count on Johnson against Cervantes. Here's the 1-1. Johnson holds up there on another one in the turf, 2-1. Man, oh man. Blake Facher. Second home run today. Had one earlier on in the first game against A&M Corpus Christi. There's one in the opposite batter's box from Cervantes. 3-1 on the Bearcats catcher. Here's the 3-1 out of the windup. Cervantes has that one bounce in. Ball 4, a 5-pitch walk here to Gavin Johnson, and that'll hand things off here to the freshman left fielder from Lavernia in Clayton Chadwick.
Number 12, left fielder, Clayton Chadwick.
Well, you called him, my friend. The Dillard got a good start, and now the Bearcat offense backing him up here. So a base runner here for the Bearcats, and we're already going to have a mound visit here with Henry Cervantes. No action in either bullpen, so this is just going to be a routine mound visit, so we'll keep it right here for a moment. But now let's take a moment here, Jordan, to catch our breath here for a minute. A 2-run shot from Jack Rogers over the right field fence. And that cleared that upper wall over there. I don't know how many he's hitting into that parking lot now. And Blake Facher has now done the same thing once again to make this a 3-0 ball game. 3 runs on 2 hits for the Bearcats.
Yeah, right now for Sam Houston, again, This is just what we've seen the last couple of days here now. Like you said, this morning it started out that way. Yesterday it started out that morning in their 9 a.m. game. This is just, right now, this offense is just on a hot streak, and they're catching it at the exact right moment. You saw it start in the 9th inning of the first game Wednesday morning, where they tacked on 3 runs with a Blake Facher 3-run shot to tie the ball game. And now, for Sam Houston, they've just been riding that momentum ever since.
So after the quick mound visit here, Cervantes will retoe the rubber here. Clayton Chadwick will stand in. 6th hitter of the inning for the Bearkats. Here's the pitch from Cervantes. That'll catch the outer half of the plate. Strike 1 here to the freshman Chadwick. Chadwick with a slight open stance. Johnson takes his lead from first. Pickoff attempt here of Johnson on the throw over by Cervantes. Johnson back in safely after a slide. Cervantes now working out of the stretch, delivers the 0-1 to Chadwick. That one just missing outside, 1-1. You know, I'm looking up on that right field side. They've put up netting along that side, unless my eyes are deceiving me. Protected, because a lot of balls have gone that way. There's strike 2 called. The home plate umpire, Jeremy Hayes, there on Chadwick. 1-2 the count with 1 away.
No, I believe you are correct. That's what I'm looking at, too. It looks like they did put the netting over there.
1-2 to Chadwick. Foul tipping into the glove. That'll be a strikeout here for Cervantes, his first of the ball game here in this one. So there's 2 out. Johnson will remain at first here. Another freshman in Mason Schultz, hailing out of League City. Clear Springs High School is where he played his high school ball. The true freshman will stand in here. Batting .232 on the year, 3 home runs, 15 RBIs to his credit, and 26 base knocks as well.
No, it's not by seat. It's not. It operates like a regional.
Out of the stretch, Cervantes delivers to Schultz. That one catches the outside part of the plate. Strike 1 to Schultz. Here's the 0-1 from Cervantes. Schultz gives this one a ride. This is going to split the gap, but a diving attempt there by the center field Tatro, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. Coming around third and coming in to score is Gavin Johnson, and Mason Schultz is in with an RBI triple. It's 4-0.
What a big hit there by Mason Schultz. Just finding the gap in the right spot just by about a foot. Otherwise, the center fielder would have had a tremendous diving catch there, and Grayson Tatro. A good job there just getting it past Tatro to allow the run to score from first. And we're already seeing it like we saw in the first game today. Bearkats put up a 5 spot in the top of the first inning as they were the away team this morning. Right now, they got 4 runs here in the bottom of the first.
First pitch here to Anthony McKenzie from Cervantes is swung on and missed, 0-1. Here and now that 5th run you were talking about in Mason Schultz, it's 90 feet away over at third base after his RBI triple. Out of the stretch, Cervantes kicks in, delivers the 0-1 to McKenzie. That one is called strike 2. Tommy Cruz, Miller Ladisaw, and Bash Randall, they'll be due up in the top of the second inning to deal with Matt Dillard, 4, 5, and 6 for the Wildcats. If it ends right here. The 0-2 to McKenzie is he held up there. He did, says the third base umpire Bobby Entrican. There's a ball that was in the turf. 1-2 the count. Cervantes working, still out of the stretch with the runner at third. The 1-2 to McKenzie, fouled towards the Wildcat dugout. Bearkats on the third base side dugout, Wildcats on the first base side. Today, Bearkats, of course, as you can tell, playing the home side today. They were away, like Jordan said this morning. In a 14-2 win over A&M Corpus Christi. McKenzie fouls this one out of play, and the at-bat will continue here with the count remaining 1-2 with 2 out, and Schultz still over at third.
That's 11 runs in the last 3 first innings. We made 2 against Lamar, 5 this morning.
Like my colleague here said, a lot of big offense here from the Bearkats, especially in the early portions of these games here. Cervantes is 1-2 offering to McKenzie, is popped fly into the foul grounds, and it's going to squeak out of play. The third baseman in Bryson Hill will give it a look, but this at-bat will continue. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up.
And for right now, for Sam Houston, just keep doing what you're doing. You're just going at it one hitter at a time, one pitch at a time. Don't try to do too much with it. Just do what you keep doing this entire inning so far and the entire last game as well.
McKenzie still working on a 1-2 count here. 2 away. Here's the pitch from Cervantes. This one is chopped, and it's going to roll. Excuse me, roll foul. Good battle here brewing between Cervantes and McKenzie. Count remains 1-2. Here's another 1-2. McKenzie working at foul again. Again, your score 4-0. Bearkats on top of Abilene Christian. McKenzie, the 8th batter here of this inning. Another 1-2 from Cervantes. McKenzie gives this one a ride into center, into his right. A few steps is Tatro. He'll shield the sun and make the catch, and that will end the bottom of the first inning. Bearkats on the back of 2 home runs, one from Jack Rogers and one from Blake Facher, have made this a 4-0 ball game combined with a Mason Schultz RBI triple. That'll send things to the top of the second. Matt Dillard out for another inning of work, and we'll step aside and take a break. You're listening to Bearcat Baseball here on 101.7 KSAM and the Bearcat Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Michael Murray with Murray Insurance and Financial Services. Our family agency has been representing the Huntsville and Walker County area since the 1930s. We can help you prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cats.
Whenever someone mentions their hometown, I think we all have memories that rise to the surface. Maybe it brings to mind the faces of those who made your life special. Hello, I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home. Special lives are important to us too. For almost 20 years, Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home has served Walker County families, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for you and your loved one in a way that honors them the best. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Welcome back to the Pat here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University in Hammond, Louisiana. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith. 4-0 your score, Bearkats. On the back of 2 home runs, one from Jack Rogers and one from Blake Facher, and an RBI triple by Mason Schultz have made this a 4-0 ball game if you're just joining us. A lot like this morning against A&M Corpus Christi. One short of the same 5 spot they put up there, but a 4 spot, that'll do regardless, as that'll hand things off now to the 4-hole cleanup hitter in Tommy Cruz, the designated hitter, to deal with Matt Dillard. Here is the first pitch to Cruz, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1 to start off the top half of the second. Dillard working out of the windup, kicks and delivers the 0-1 to Cruz. Ran in a little bit there. Backing Cruz off a little bit, 1-1. I'd like to thank Miss Sabra Robert for tuning in. Go Cats Go. Glad you're with us here today in Hammond on our stream, as this one is hit into center field, and it's going to drop behind Easton Lloyd for a leadoff hit here for Tommy Cruz on a little bloop single into center. First hit of the ball game for the Wildcats. And you look at these last 3 games for the Bearkats, the way they've been hitting offensively. They had 2 runs against Lamar in the first inning, 5 against A&M Corpus Christi earlier this morning, 4 now against Abilene Christian. That's 11 total in the last 3 games. This offense has really come to life. Abilene Christian's going to try and do the same thing here, as now to the plate is the 5-hole hitter in Miller Ladisaw. That first pitch there from Dillard to Ladisaw misses low for a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, and that's the exact thing that we've been preaching about ever since the Wednesday game where the offense really was non-existent. Ever since, and Sam Houston has come alive and has been able to really get the offense going early, and that is what's helped set up their pitchers to have successful outings for the rest of these games here so far. Just like we saw this morning with the complete game 7-inning go by the freshman in Colton Atchison.
That last pitch from Dillard missed low for a ball, 2-0. Dillard now working out of the stretch. Checks the runner and delivers the 2-0. Ladisaw pops this one up. Schultz on the infield, calling everybody off, makes the catch, one away. And that'll keep the runner in Tommy Cruz, the junior DH, over there. That'll hand things off now to Bash Randall. 6-hole hitter, shortstop freshman, batting .311 so far this season for Abilene Christian, the freshman from Rockwall. Utility infielder playing shortstop today for Abilene Christian. Here's the first pitch to Randall, and it runs inside and low, 1-0 from Matt Dillard. Wind blowing out quite a bit. Flags are going to be flapping throughout this one. It's picked up since this morning. Continue to do so. Had some rain chances earlier on, but they have seemingly dwindled, thank goodness. Here's the 1-0 to Randall that runs high and outside, 2-0.
Yeah, so far on the year, the freshman in Randall has hit .311 on the year, playing in 53 games coming into this one with 56 hits, which is a very, very good amount, and 16 extra bases on the year.
2-0 to Randall, right to the first baseman in check, Rogers, and he'll step on the bag to double off Tommy Cruz on a double play to end the inning, unassisted by Jack Rogers. He can do it with his bat, he can do it with his glove. That sends things to the bottom of the second as the Wildcats go quietly, nothing on one hit. And now the Bearkats look to get more with the 9-1-2 due up in the bottom half of the inning. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in 60 seconds here on the Bearkats Sports Network.
COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at Texpress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? Texpress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. Texpress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexpressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's Texpress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
On the campus of Sam Houston State University is the historical University Hotel. It's a heartbeat away from the campus center, Bauer Stadium, the Don Sanders Baseball Stadium, and the Sam Houston Memorial Museum. Dignitaries from all walks of life have been here. Let the hotel host your special events like graduation, holiday parties, or professional gatherings. Come stay. Come visit. Come see the University Hotel at Sam Houston State University, shsuhotel.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Pat Keneally Diamond at Alumni Field on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. 9-1-2 due up here for the Bearkats. They lead it 4-0 over Abilene Christian. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of my broadcast partner and good friend Jordan Smith. Very glad to have everybody tuning in. We'll get to your comments here in a moment as Easton Lloyd's first pitch swing in. That's back up the middle for a leadoff single for Easton Lloyd. Bearkats get it going here, and they'll turn things back around to the top of the order in Bryce Holmes after the single from Lloyd. I'd like to thank Ms. Donna Howell for tuning in today. Donna, unfortunately, due to the fact that we do not have the video rights to this game also being broadcasted on ESPN+, we cannot show the field of play during this broadcast. But thank you for tuning in regardless. Sally Hosea, Eat 'em Up Cats, thanks for tuning in as well. So after the single by Lloyd, here's Bryce Holmes. He'll take ball one that was down low from Cervantes. And the 1-0 count to start things off. And a rather similar lineup here for head coach Jay Sirianni here today. We'll go over it here momentarily. The 1-0 to Holmes misses down low again, 2-0 and inside. Same kind of lineup that was brought against Lamar in a 7-4 victory yesterday morning. The only difference is Clayton Chadwick he is in the lineup today aside from Christian Smith. The junior from Dallardsville and Bryce Holmes swings and hits this one into center. In is Tatro. He makes the catch on the run and sliding on his knees. One away here. Solid contact, though, there from Bryce Holmes.
It really was there by Bryce Holmes. He's someone who's in the last couple of games has really started to make an impact in the lineup as well, and unfortunately just not able to get a good handle on that one there.
So with one out, runner in Lloyd still over at first. Here's Colton Cowser. And a double his first time up, the one that rattled up against the wall and in and out of the glove of Grayson Tatro. Cervantes working out of the stretch with the runner at first, delivers the first pitch to Cowser. That'll find the zone right down the pipe for strike one. A good motion pitch that time from Cervantes. Cervantes gets the sign from Dixon that he likes. He has it. Lloyd will take a small lead from first, and Cowser thought about swinging, but luckily did not as that ball bounced short of home plate in the turf. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, good plate discipline there. Like you said, by Cowser right now, that 1-1 count. Now he's able to maybe do a couple of different things here at the plate, especially with that runner on first base.
Cervantes out of the stretch. The 1-1 count, he delivers to Cowser. That one's called ball 2. 80 miles an hour that time from Cervantes. His ERA creeping up above 6 now. A 6.32 ERA on the live stats. Inning and a third of work, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, given up a walk and a strikeout as well. The 2-1 to Cowser is called strike 2. Time trucks now to 4:30. You're half an hour through this one here. Cowser standing in. The 2-2 count, one away. Lloyd at first. Cowser will take ball 3 inside.
Well, good battle here at the plate and a good job by Cowser to once again get back ahead in the count. Obviously being able to get it to a hitter's count fairly quickly here in the first 3 pitches, and now back to now at a full count, I should say, with that runner on first base. Ball's in his court here.
Payoff pitch here from Cervantes is called ball 4 high and in. Lloyd was running on the 3-2, and it's runners at second and first after the walk to Cowser. And up steps to the plate is Jack Rogers. Again had the solo shot, or excuse me, the 2-run shot. The man in the on-deck circle had the solo shot. That's Blake Facher. Rogers, here if he could do the same thing he did in the bottom of the first, would make it a 7-0 ball game with one swing at the bat.
And you know that's exactly what he's going to try to do here in this at-bat, is go for the fences here. He does it every time he's up to the plate with that jackhammer swing he has.
Kind of an upward swing that he has, always a fly ball hitter. Here's the pitch from Cervantes. Won't get anything there to Rogers as it runs in and down low, 1-0. You got to look at Cervantes here. It looks like he's just having a little bit of control trouble early on in this one. You look at where the pitch count is, it's already nearing 40 pitches, and he's only an inning and third through work. So a 1-0 count here, 1 out. Easton Lloyd at second, Cowser at first. They take their leads. Infield shifted around slightly to the right. Rogers takes ball 2 in the turf.
You mentioned the control issues, and here it is again, now setting up the Bearkats once again with a hitter's count here. And this is especially dangerous territory for Cervantes with Rogers at the plate.
Wind picking up a little bit here, now blowing into our faces here where we're set up here in the stands here at the Pat. The 2-0 to Rogers. That one's outside, but called strike 1. Rogers, the junior from Spring. Part of that 1-2 punch I like to call Cowser and Rogers. Something we're going to miss if Cowser, it's not if, when Cowser gets drafted in the MLB draft, unless somehow he decides to elect to come back. Check the top 10 pick over there at first base. Here's the 2-1 to Rogers. That one's outside, 3-1. Cervantes going to take his time here, still working out of the stretch. Blake Facher, he waits on deck if Rogers reaches. Double play depth also on the right side of that infield. Here's the 3-1. Ball 4 down low, a 5-pitch walk, back-to-back walks given up by Cervantes, and the bases are loaded for Blake Facher, who again has gone yard twice today, once on Wednesday. Was able to jump on A&M Corpus Christi this morning. Same thing on Wednesday morning, and that one here against Cervantes just an inning ago.
Yeah, and right now just trying to continue that offensive momentum you had, the positive offensive momentum you had in this morning's game. They've seen it done it so far. Right now, bases loaded with only 1 out. All you need is a hit to the gap. You could score 2, maybe 3, depending on how far it goes.
Facher's first pitch swinging down the line, fair, off the third base bag. 1 run scores in Lloyd. Cowser's right behind him, and Facher is into second with a stand-up 2 RBI double. It's 6-0.
There's the 2 runs right there for Blake Facher, getting it done with that base hit. Now halfway home of the cycle, getting the home run, and now the double here in this second at-bat of the game here. I tell you what, that is big for the Bearcats right now. Just when you thought things may be slowing down a little bit with the big hits, they get that one right there, and then immediately fires up the dugout once again here on the third base side.
In stands now is the backstop in Gavin Johnson. He's hasn't registered an official at-bat. He was walked his first time up by Cervantes. The 1 out. The pitch to Johnson runs outside, 1-0. Rogers now over at third. Of course, Blake Facher over there at second after the 2 RBI double. 3 RBIs already on the day for Facher as well. Here's the 1-0 to Johnson. That one's going to bounce in, and it's going to roll away. Rogers thought about breaking to the plate, but with how this backstop over here is, it's brick, and it's real short to home plate. Rogers wisely stays over at third base. As the catcher in Mitchell Dixon is out to talk things over here with Henner Cervantes. As now that quick meeting will come to an end here. Dixon back to his spot. Johnson back into the batter's box. Cervantes will stand back in the mound trying to figure out how to set down Johnson to get that big out number 2 for Abilene Christian. Lefty hitter in Johnson, slide open stance. Cervantes gets the sign from Dixon out of the stretch, delivers the 2-0 to Johnson. That one outside, ball 3. Waiting on deck, of course, is Clayton Chadwick. An open base over at first base could reload the bases for the Bearcats on a walk here. Cervantes got to find this one to paint the zone. We'll see if Johnson's also free swinging on a 3-0. Here is the 3-0. Johnson is free swinging, but this one is well foul to the left side. Gave that one a good ride. That'll end up near those cages over there here at Southeastern Louisiana. 3-1 after the loud foul.
Like you said, a very loud foul there from Gavin Johnson, and now it's got to be smart here because you know there's going to be a chase pitch here on a 3-1 to try to set it back up to a full count for the pitcher. Don't be swinging anything that you know is way too far to reach.
Cervantes out of the stretch, delivers the 3-1. Johnson swinging opposite field, base hit into the left field. 1 run scores in Rogers, and Facher is right behind him. It's a 2 RBI single, and it's all Bearcats here in the first 2 innings. It's 8-0 on a 2 RBI base knock by Gavin Johnson. Now, I know it's 8-0, but folks, the last game that preceded us shows anything is possible here in the sport of baseball. Everyone should know that going into it. You love to see it if you're the Bearcat fan. 8-0. You saw what Southeastern Louisiana did in the previous game. We're not going to say anything until the final out of this ball game. But right now, the Bearcats are rolling 8-0 as Chadwick stands in. He'll take ball 1 outside. And I'm looking to both bullpens, still no action in either one. Obviously not for the Bearcats, but more talking here about Abilene Christian.
Yeah, that one a little bit surprising, especially with the fact that they've given up four runs in each of the first 2 innings.
Chadwick gives this one a ride into left field, looking up and making the catch at the track is the left fielder in Miller Ladasaw. Chadwick just missed making this a 10-0 ball game. My friend right here to the right was calling it the whole way. Just died out there in left field. 2 away now here for Mason Schultz. Mason Schultz.
Had very good carry on that swing. If the wind wasn't blowing the direction it was in, that would have been into the bullpen as it just missed right in front of the wall. The wind blowing from left to right field. Definitely, if that wind was not blowing or blowing in favor, that would have gone over the wall.
Mason Schultz takes strike 1 on the inner half of the plate with 2 away here. The runner in Gavin Johnson still over there at first base. Schultz representing the 16th batter that the Bearcats have brought to the plate. They did this in the game this morning against A&M Corpus Christi. Looking for more. Here's the 0-1 to Schultz. It's high, 1-1. McKenzie, he waits in the on-deck circle. 1-1 count here for Cervantes out of the stretch. Delivers the 1-1. Schultz is free swinging into center field. This is going to be trouble, and this ball is gone! Mason Schultz, 400 and plus feet out to right center. And the Bearcats continue to pour it on. It's 10-0. How about a 6 spot in the bottom of the second, Jordan?
Wow. I really cannot say anything else. It's the most runs they've had out of any inning in this entire conference tournament here so far, in a single inning, that is. And I'm shocked. Just like we saw this morning.
Kenzie was trying to make it 11-0 with that swing there. Swung on and missed. Strike 1 there on the pitch from Cervantes. Bearcats have nearly batted around. Easton Lloyd is back into the on-deck circle. Almost much like they did in the bottom of the first inning. The 0-1 to McKenzie. He swings and hits this one into left. Not having to move much, and making the catch out there is Ladasaw, and that ends the bottom of the second inning. Bearcats, 6 runs in the bottom of the second inning, and they lead this one 10-0 as we go to the third. We'll step aside and take a break. You're listening to Bearcat Baseball here on 101.7 KSAM and the Bearcat Sports Network.
Why are people driving from all over Texas to Wiesner Hyundai to get a real deal? And during Wiesner's Stars and Stripes sale, save even more. How about a 2021 Hyundai Elantra Limited, $4,000 off MSRP? Get a 2021 Hyundai Kona Limited or a Tucson Limited, your choice, $5,000 off MSRP. Or a 2021 Hyundai Sonata Limited, $5,000 off MSRP. Buy for less at Wiesner Hyundai. Exit 87B, Wilson Road in Conroe, or WiesnerHyundai.com.
Check out America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and the Hyundai Assurance Program today.
Hey, Huntsville sports fans, this is Robert Lindemann of Hit Solutions Player Development, helping instruct the stars to shine. Hit Solutions Player Development teaches the fundamentals of baseball and softball with proven offensive and defensive strategies and techniques. We instruct and inspire each player to be the best they can be by teaching the mental side of the game. To have the confidence to bring in the game-winning hit, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
I don't know what to say anymore. This is a completely different team. That's all I can really say.
Dillard working now out of the windup. He'll deliver here the first pitch, and it's fouled away here by Hunter Gieser. I'll count that 1-for-1.
Yeah, that'll start our 1-for-1 tally.
Again, folks, throughout this tournament, we've been having a counter here over here. How many balls are going to hit the Lutheran Church across the street here? And so far, we haven't been able to fill a bingo card just yet as that pitch misses high there from Dillard here to Gieser, 1-1. We were 4 for 4 in the first game on Wednesday, and then 3 for 3 against Lamar, 1 for 1 this morning. That's been the tale so far in this one. We'll keep the counter going as this game progresses. Here's the 1-1 to Gieser. That one runs high, 2-1.
Yeah, it's been entertaining to keep up with. Obviously, we want to get that 5 for 5 at some point here.
At some point.
A bit disappointed with this morning game, though, with only getting 1. That's a bit disappointing.
Typically didn't see it from the Bearkats because the offense was just on fire this morning. And here is again today. Gieser checked his swing there as the first base umpire, and Michael Durantes says he didn't swing. 3-1 on the pitch that ran high from Dillard. Again, every Wildcat player so far has been able to put the ball in play. There's been no strikeouts and no walks. There's the 3-1, fouled right back to the dish. Full count. Payoff pitch here as Dillard will wind and deliver. That one's high, ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk here to Hunter Gieser, the junior first baseman, and that'll hand things off now to the freshman second baseman in Brett Hammond.
Now, right now, if you're Matt Dillard, yeah, you walked a guy. It sucks. You put a runner on base, but oh well. At this point, what you need to do is just take away the focus from the runner on base and just look at the guy at home and say, all right, I'm going to punch you out. How am I going to do it? Strike out, pop up, ground out, maybe get the double play. Who knows? Either way, focus on the batter at the plate, not the guy at first base.
Dillard's first delivery is swung on and missed there by Brett Hammett. 0-1 to start this at bat. Double play depth on the infield. McKenzie playing a little bit to his left. Lloyd playing right where he needs to be. Rogers holding the runner in Gieser over at first base. Schultz over there down the third base side hugging the line just a little bit. Here's the 0-1. That one runs low from Dillard. 1-1 count now on Hammett. Here's the 1-1 to Hammett. This one is on the ground. Schultz is going to make a tough play here. The throw to second. Throw back to first is not going to be in time, so it'll be a fielder's choice. Good wherewithal by Schultz to make the play to his left to take out the lead runner in Gieser. Hammett reaches on the 6-4 putout. The 5-4 putout, I should say. So, one away here at the top of the third inning. 9-hole hitter now, and the third baseman in Bryson Hill. Hill on the year, batting .247, the sophomore. From Fort Worth, part of the DFW Motorplex. Dillard will kick and deliver the first pitch. That one catches the outer half, 0-1. Hill, 2 home runs, 14 RBIs on the season, 20 hits to his credit, 4 doubles as well. Lefty hitter hugging the box here as that one's called strike 2. Yeah, it's kind of odd the way Hill's lining up in this batter's box. Kind of, when you're facing it, it's the back left corner. And he's in, and that's kind of, fiddling with the strikeout the strike zone, I should say, for Jeremy Hayes. Speaking of strikeouts, there's a one that's called that will get Bryson Hill looking 2 away. First strikeout of the game for Matt Dillard.
Yeah, good job there by Dillard to just focus on the guy at the plate, get the punch out. Now I believe that is his first in the game, 38th on the season. And that's what you want right now if you're Dillard. Just looking at the guy at home plate, just trying to get him out and not focusing on anything else.
Back around to the top of the order now in Mitchell Dixon, the backstop for the Wildcats of Abilene Christian. 2 away, runner at first. Here's the pitch. That one bounces in. Well smothered by Johnson. 1-0 count to start the at-bat. Dixon, the sophomore catcher, as mentioned, out of Flower Mound. A lot of players here out of the DFW area. Of course, Abilene not too far away from that. Wind picks up. Here's the 1-0 from Dillard. This one is hit into the left center field gap, and it's going to get down for a base hit. Runner in Gieser is going to hold that second. It's a 2-out base knock for Mitchell Dixon. Second hit of the game for the Wildcats with 2 out.
Yeah, that's a good job right there by Dixon to get on base. Now runners at first and second, runner in scoring position. First time that anybody has gotten to scoring position for Abilene Christian here in the game. So it'll be interesting to see. This is one of my keys, is to see how Dillard approaches here on a 2-out situation. Gave up the base hit. Now you got a runner in scoring position. How is he going to approach this right here?
Have to deal here with Grayson Tatro, who swings a good bat. One of 2 players in this lineup with double-digit home run numbers. As here's the first pitch to Tatro. That one is taken outside, ball 1. And if you're just joining us, your score 10-0. Bearkats on top. Abilene starting to threaten here to get a first run across. They do have an arm up in the pen. Does Abilene Christian maybe seeing him in the bottom half of the third inning when that comes? We got 2 out here. Here's the 1-0 to Tatro. He will take strike 1 as he held up, but it's called 1-1.
Yeah, it looks like the sophomore lefty Nick Norton out there for Abilene Christian warming up in the pen. Like you said, we'll see if he shows up heading into the bottom half of the third inning.
Dillard working out of the stretch. Runners at second and first. And here's the 1-1 offering to Tatro. Call the ball 2 outside. Tatro, again, a .332 hitter, very good hitter. The second spot here for head coach Rick McCarty. Could come in a big spot here if he can get one into the outfield and down. Here's the 2-1 to Tatro. That one runs outside in the opposite batter's box, 3-1. Kevin Johnson motions to his pitcher, say, come on, bring it back in. On deck is Colton Eager. Eager 0 for 1 today. Dillard gets the sign here he'll get from Johnson in just a moment as he dangles the left arm. Has it out of the stretch. Wind blowing left to right. Here's the 3-1. That one check swing fouled away. Full count.
And now right here for Dillard. Honestly, if I'm him, I'm looking to punch something on the inside part of the plate. Down and inside. Try to get in the swing over the top of it. Whether that's the fastball just below that bottom inside corner or a breaking ball, either way. Something in that bottom inside corner to punch in strike 3 and get out of the inning with 2 runners stranded.
Payoff pitch. Ball 4 outside, and the bases are loaded.
He didn't listen to me.
So an opportunity here for the Wildcats to try and get on the board. The Islanders this morning had a little trouble finally getting on the board. They did in the latter innings of that 7-inning run rule win for the Bearkats, 14-2. Bearkats already 4 runs away from touching that number with the way the offense has been swinging. But now, speaking of offense, here's Colton Eager. Again, having a great year, batting .343. A .615 slugging percentage for the 3-hole hitter of the Wildcats. Bases loaded, 2 out. Dillard now going to be working out of the windup. He'll kick and deliver the first pitch to Eager, and it's taken outside and high, ball 1. And we'll reset it for you. Hammett is the runner over at third. Dixon, the runner at second. Tatro, the runner over at first base. A 1-0 count. Dillard from the windup once again delivers. That one's called strike 1 on the outer half. Abilene Christian crowd didn't like that one. Good crowd Abilene brought in. I think, looking at them, that's the longest, that's the farthest team outside of Corpus Christi that had to travel. I'm very impressed with how their crowd showed up today.
Absolutely. That's a good showing, like you said. And something that really shows how well these fans really care about their program.
The team that won the 1 seed, winning the regular season title in the Southland Conference. The 1-1 to Eager runs outside 2-1.
And that also helps give an extra incentive to traveling the distance from Abilene, Texas to Hammond, Louisiana, winning the regular season title, holding the number 1 seed, and at this point, not having lost a game yet.
Things stand where they are. That would be their first loss here in the tournament. Bearcats would force a second game tomorrow, whether that be at 9 a.m. or 12. Still a long way to go, though, folks, even though the Cats are up 10-0. Abilene threatening with the bases loaded. Here's the 2-out, 2-1 offering to Eager. Swung on and missed, 2-2.
Same thing here. Don't try to be cute with it if you're Dillard. Get the efficient pitch. Get the pitch you know that you're able to get the punch out on. You have what looks to be 38 on the season. You know what works. Use that to get your 39th.
We'd love his 39th here, so it would strand the bases loaded and keep that goose egg in the score column on Abilene Christian. Here's the pitch from Dillard, runs outside, and now we're full. I lost the counter there. So now we're full here. This is a big spot here for Dillard. You don't want to walk the bases loaded. You give the run to Abilene that way, and you still have to try and get out of the inning with the bases loaded. Eager with an open stance. Eager to get a hit here. Runners are going here on the payoff pitch. This one is on the ground, making the play, and no, bobbling it is McKenzie. 2 runs are going to score. The throw will be to third, and it's not in time. And it's a 2 RBI, or actually may not be RBIs, on an error there by McKenzie, trying to make a play to his left. Abilene gets on the board. Actually, they're going to call that an RBI. 10-2 now is 2-run score for Abilene Christian on that little bit of a grounder there from Colton Eager. And you look at how the runners, when Dillard was going through his progressions there to deliver the pitch, they were already halfway to third, was the runner in Dixon. As our stat guys here to the right are still trying to figure out that play. It's an error on McKenzie.
Cruz.
And 2 runs come across for Abilene. So now it's runners at the corners. And Tatro at third and Eager at first. First pitch here to Tommy Cruz, runs inside, ball 1.
Yeah, that was a crazy play. As now time is called, and Coach Sirianni will talk to his pitcher right quick. Nobody looking to go towards the bullpen yet. No reason to, obviously, but just trying to calm everybody down after what that play came to be, and just trying to reset them a little bit. Now only an 8-run lead. Granted, still an 8-run lead. It's a pretty big cushion. It's a pretty big cushion. Right now, Bearcats are kind of playing a little lazy here on this 2-out situation. You know, obviously you saw it there. Just a bad situation. They're just not able to get the glove cleanly. First off, a good hit right there. Just a clean, soft little dribbler that just happened to go up the middle and take its precious time to get there, first off. And McKenzie could have made a good play, just was not able to handle it correctly. Looked like he was trying to go to first before he even had the ball. So now, let's see how they respond here.
It's a 1-0 count here on Tommy Cruz, the junior from Guayana, Puerto Rico. The runners at the corners. Here's the 1-0, and that one's taken for strike 1. Down low, looked a little low, but called strike 1. Cruz, the right-handed hitter. Dillard out of the stretch. Here's the 1-1. Cruz gives this one a ride in the left center field gap. This one is carrying well, but Cowser is there in left center to make the catch on a play running to his right, and that ends the top half of the third. Abilene gets on the board with a 2 RBI, well, possibly 2 RBI, crazy play to get on the board here today. Bearcats looking to get those 2 runs back in the bottom of the third as we step aside and take a break here on the Bearcats Sports Network.
Advantage Specialties is your one-stop shop for business promotional needs in Huntsville. Need a logo on a shirt, hat, or other piece of clothing? Advantage Specialties provides embroidery in-house. Embroidery in-house helps make the process fast and affordable. What about promotional products? Banners, signs? Advantage Specialties can help put your name on virtually anything. For custom in-house embroidery, promotional products, printing, and much more, check out AdvantageSpecialties.com. That's AdvantageSpecialties.com.
Whether it's uphill or down, Bill Fick Ford has the vehicle whatever your adventure. Needing to tow a load or just more room for the family. Either way, Bill Fick Ford has you covered with the best selection of fuel-efficient Ford SUVs and crossovers, including the 2021 Ford Explorers and Expeditions. There's also the 2021 Ford Rangers, ready for the toughest adventures on road or off. Hurry in today to Bill Fick Ford, I-45 South in Huntsville, or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 10-2 your score. Bearkats on top right now of the Abilene Christian Wildcats. Abilene getting 2 runs in the top half of the third. Bearkats looking for more here in the bottom half of the third, starting with the 9-hole hitter in Easton Lloyd. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside Jordan Smith. Glad you're with us here on 1017 KSAM Digital. I'd like to thank Miss Barbara Gilbert for tuning in here on our Facebook stream. No, Barbara, this game was not played this morning. This is live here from Hammond, Louisiana, here, this matchup in the 2021 Southland Conference Baseball Tournament semifinals here, game 1 of potentially 2 between the Wildcats of Abilene Christian and the Bearkats of Sam Houston. First pitch to Easton Lloyd runs high from Henner Cervantes. It's a 1-0 count to start things off here in the bottom half of the third. As the clock chimes across the street, it's 5 o'clock. Lloyd swings at the next pitch and fouls it away, 1-1.
Well, it's quitting time.
Yep, it is.
Come to the ballpark.
Yeah, come out of the ballpark. You're in the Hammond area. No matter who you have cheering on, come out and cheer on whoever as Lloyd fouls this one down the first base side. 1-2, and I just took a peek out to the pen, see 2 arms heading out there. The one arm I'm mostly intrigued of, that is Matt Rudis, that is running out there to the bullpen. So we'll see what happens there. Also saw Kyle Backus run out there as well. There's the 1-2 to Lloyd. Swung on and missed, and there's a strikeout for Cervantes, his second of the ball game. 1 away here, bottom half of the third, and we turn it back over to the top of the order in Bryce Holmes.
Not a good start offensively there, getting the strikeout, but it's only 1 out. It's the first batter. You don't use that as a catalyst for the rest of the inning, obviously. Holmes looking here to, as they round out to the top of the order, look to try to rebound off of that.
So here's Bryce Holmes. He's 0 for 2. Flew out his first time up in the first, lined out his last appearance as that pitch there from Cervantes misses low for a ball, 1-0 the count. Holmes, the lefty hitter, slide open stance. Here's the 1-0 from Cervantes. Holmes swings. He's out in front of it as it's toward the Abilene bullpen. Would have been a laser, with that height. If it stayed fair, could have snuck out of there just over the 330 sign inside the foul pole. But instead, it's 1-1 with 1 out. It shows you that Holmes is chomping at the bit here to get a hit. He's 0 for 2. He'll swing, and that one opposite field, base hit inside the third base bag, and Holmes is going to stride into second with a stand-up double with 1 out. A good piece of hitting there from the Bearkats leadoff hitter in Bryce Holmes. And the 9th hit of the game for the Bearkats.
Yeah, and a good job there from Holmes to really just take what he had, not try to make more of what he has at the plate. Just take what the pitcher is giving him, and he did that right there, roping it down the third base line, just barely fair, and was able to squeak out a double out of it to now bring up Colton Cowser.
Now, as you said, here is Cowser. Doubled his first time to the plate, walked the last time up as Cervantes steps off the rubber. And I believe that is going to do it here for Cervantes. Responsible for the runner in Holmes over at second base. Really rough outing for the junior in Cervantes, hailing out of Phoenix, Arizona, not too far away from where one of our SIDs, Jason Barfield, is right now, covering the Bearkats men's golf team that's currently playing in the NCAA tournament out in Scottsdale.
If you give me about 20 seconds, I can get you an update on that one. earlier they were kind of up towards the top of the leaderboard. I will say that, granted. Only round 1 so far. But either way, it's still a very, very big achievement there with that one. And it looks like out of the team results, Sam Houston is sitting second currently with 2 under. Texas Tech in the lead at 4 under. And those are the only 2 teams that are under par right now, as tied for third is Oklahoma and Clemson at +1 or 1 over, and the rest from there. And then, of course, in the singles, Will Holcomb, third currently in the individual leaders in the Division I Men's Golf Championships at 3 under par. He's tied for second with Ting Wei Shea, and both of them at 3 under par, tied for second. Cole Bradley, 4 under par. He currently sole leader in first place.
That's your update from Scottsdale. Your update here from Hammond, Louisiana. It's 10-2. Bearkats on top here over Abilene Christian. Got a new pitcher into the game here for the Wildcats. That's going to do it for Henner. Cervantes will get your final line for you as soon as we can. For Cervantes, Owen Cuff, number 15, a freshman for the Wildcats. Left-handed thrower, 6'1", 195 pounds, out of Rose Hill, California. What do you got on him, Jordan?
Right now, Owen Cuff here on the season really has not had much of an appearance at all, and what he has had has not been that great. 1 2/3 innings pitched, 5 hits given up, 8 runs, all earned. He's walked 7, struck out 2 for an ERA, and no, I'm not exaggerating this number, of 43.2.
That is a very tough ERA to work with, and with where we're at in this ballgame, you're not going to run any of your key relievers out there. If things stand where they're at, Bearkats would be rolling into a game 2 tomorrow, whether that be at 9 a.m. or 12 noon. We'll see if that will be the case. Like I said, the game that preceded this one showed that anything can happen in the sport of college baseball. Thank you to Liz Tompkins tuning in today, cheering on the Bearkats from Colorado Springs, Colorado. A nice little vacation spot there in Colorado. Eat 'em up, Cats. Liz, thank you for tuning in here to this one today. As it looks like Owen Cuff has finished his warm-up pitches, and Colton Cowser is going to stride into the on-deck, I should say, not the on-deck circle. He'll stand into the batter's box here. With a runner in scoring position in Bryce Holmes over there at second base. 1 out here, a 10-2 lead for the Bearkats. Cowser with 1 swing of the bat here could try and make this once again a 10-run ball game. Seen him do it all this tournament. Let's see. Here's the pitch from Cuff. That's down low and in the turf. 1-0 to start things off here for Cuff. I'm wondering here if he's not going to give anything for Cowser to hit.
That would be the smart thing to do if you're Cuff right here, not trying to give anything at all to Cowser here to swing on, because anything he can, if you leave one in the zone, this one may leave the ballpark.
Cuff checks the runner Holmes. Here's the 1-0. Cowser takes it low for ball 2.
And that's just part of that excellent plate discipline that Cowser has, being able to lay off of that pitch just low of the zone. Ball 2.
Again, 1 out here. Bearkats 10 runs on 9 hits. And an error. Here's the 2-0 to Cowser. That one runs high as he ducks out of the way of it, 3-0. Now you got to wonder, sure, you don't really pitch to Cowser here, but then you got Rogers right next behind him in the on-deck circle. You got to think, oh, I don't want to walk load up the bases. So we'll see what he decides to do here. Does Owen Cuff? Potential green light situation here for Cowser. Here's the 3-0 from Cuff. Cowser takes it low, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to start the outing for Owen Cuff. That will now bring up Jack Rogers with runners at second and first.
I want to give a quick shout out to one of the SIDs tuning in to the broadcast, Cody Stark. Eat 'em up, Cats. How's it going, Cody?
Cody, glad you're tuning in. Good to hear from you. Wish you were here, man. Checking this one out, your buddy Ben Reichert off here to our right. He's holding down the fort over here, so to speak. A little tent set up here to our right side here by the Southland.
It's a great tent, though, I will say.
Yeah, good
great
shade.
Yeah.
Great shade. It's provided us comfort all afternoon as we've been here since 7 o'clock this morning. Here's the first pitch to Jack Rogers. That one will find the zone for a strike. 0-1 with one away. Runners at second and first base. Linda McKenzie, thank you for tuning in as well. Glad you're with us. Rogers here. Already a home run in this game. Was walked back in the second. Here's the 0-1. Rogers trying to free swing at that one, but fouled it back to the screen. And Cuff ahead in the count now, 0-2. Rogers standing back in here now, batting .359, nearly above .360. A hit here, a resounding one at that, would definitely push him way above that marker. Here's the 0-2. That one runs low and in the turf. Good waist pitch there from Cuff. On the motion pitch, 1-2. The sun has peaked way behind here at the pad. Cloud cover covering the entire area. Kind of overcast skies now. A little bit of blue here and there. Nice little temperature as well here for baseball. And a good breeze as well. Here's the 1-2 from Cuff to Rogers. Rogers swings. This one up the middle. Could be two. Stepping on the bag and throwing to first in time is the shortstop for Abilene Christian in Bash Randall. He'll turn a 6-3 double play to end the inning. Rogers grounds out there and snuffs out an opportunity for the Bearkats to get more runs. They still lead this, though, 10-2 as we head to the fourth here in Hammond. We'll step aside and take a break here on the Bearcat Sports Network. Here is a message from Charlie's Used Cars.
This is Tim Rushing with Charlie's Used Cars. As most of you have seen or know, we are being affected by the I-45 freeway expansion. I assure you we are open and ready to serve you with your next vehicle purchase. We have driveway access off the I-45 feeder road as well as easy access off of Normal Park Drive. Charlie's Used Cars has been serving the area for 48 years and offers quality pre-owned vehicles and superior customer service. I encourage you to stop by and see us at 230 I-45 South here in Huntsville or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com.
This is Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Communication is key to winning any game. Just as Sam Houston wins on the gridiron, I help you win in the real estate market. As an expert in today's competitive market, I can help you make a successful offer on a property and sell your home for top dollar. When you support this local realtor, you support an entire family and a proud Bearcat. I'm Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Visit my website at HuntsvilleTXRealestate.com. Eat 'em up, cats.
The guy Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire bumping over the speakers here at the pad, hoping that fire doesn't go off for the Bearcats here the rest of the way, hoping that fire continues to burn as they lead this one 10-2 over the Abilene Christian Wildcats, the 1 seed here in the Southland Conference Baseball Tournament. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith here on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. Matt Dillard out for a fourth inning of work. He'll look to slow down the Abilene Christian bats. He'll deal with the 5, 6, and 7, starting the things off here with Miller Ladisaw, who on the day is 0 for 1. He flew out, or I should say popped up, to the third baseman and Mason Schultz, his very first time up back in the second inning. Wind picking up just a little bit here. Nice to have it, though. No heat beating down on us for at least the rest of this time that we are here. The first pitch here out of the windup from Dillard to Ladisaw, catches the zone for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 to Ladisaw. That one finds the zone. Good pitch there from Dillard, 0-2.
And a good start in this at-bat right here, 0-2 obviously. Just trying to attack early, trying to attack often, and just trying to get ahead of these hitters, and that's what he's done in this at-bat.
The 0-2 pitch from Matt Dillard is swung on and hit in the air to left center. Chasing after it is Cowser. He'll call off the left fielder in Chadwick. He'll make the catch. One out here on 3 pitches from Matt Dillard. Almost said Jack Rogers. Very used to seeing Rogers out there in left field. He's over here on the first base side, as we never really did give you the defensive alignment here for the Bearcats. We'll give it to you now. Out in left field is Clayton Chadwick, as mentioned. Colton Cowser in center. Out in right field is Blake Facher. Around the horn on the infield is Mason Schultz at third. At shortstop is Anthony McKenzie. At second is Easton Lloyd. At first is Jack Rogers. And doing the catching for Matt Dillard is Gavin Johnson. With 1 out, here's the pitch here to Bash Randall. This is popped up into right field. Facher's going to call off the second baseman in Lloyd. He'll make the catch. 4 pitches, 2 outs for Matt Dillard.
Well, that's what you want if you're Dillard right here, to continue to hold that pitch count down. Right now, 47 pitches now total so far in the game for him through 3 2/3 innings already. Definitely something around 50, I should say. Definitely what you want to do right here is get him out in the next couple of innings or so, or pitches, excuse me, I should say, just to try and limit your pitches.
Cowser wisely lays off of the first pitch there from Dillard. It's outside and low for a ball, 1-0 the count. Dillard will get set here at the letters. Kick and deliver out of his windup and deliver the 1-0. That one runs high, 2-0 now to the Wildcats 7-hole hitter in Cowser. Train horn sounds off in the distance. Dillard trying to take his time here. He'll settle in. He's been able to get 2 outs on 4 pitches. Here's the 7th pitch of the inning for Dillard, and that one is in there for strike 1. Dillard out of the windup. His 2-1 offering is swung on and hit in the air. This one is going to go foul and out of play. And it'll end in the parking lot over there at St. Paul Lutheran Church, just missing the roof, 2-2.
Might have to call that 1 for 2.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call it that. As Dillard will step off the rubber here for a minute. Looking at Cowser, 259 hitter. He hasn't registered an official at-bat. He was walked his first time up back in the 3rd, just an inning ago. Now Dillard ready. Here's the 2-2 to Cowser. That one, low, ball 3, and we're full. Cowser, a 4.42 in the slugging percentage as well. Hits well with 2 out as well, 306. Here's the full count offering. It runs inside, ball 4. And no, called strike 3. That one looked in, but they call it strike 3. And for Dillard, that is strikeout number 2, and it ends the top of the 4th inning. 1-2-3 inning, 3 up, 3 down for the Wildcats. Bearkats looking to come back here and get some more hitting across in the bottom half of the 4th. As we step aside and take a break, we'll be back here in 60 seconds here on the Bearcat Sports Network. Here's a message from one of my favorite restaurants back in Huntsville, El Gordo Taqueria.
Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it has to be El Gordo Taqueria. You'll experience the absolute best real Mexican food. El Gordo Taqueria has plates. Also, check out their new day. Dine in or carry out, now available. Delivery to you from DoorDash and Grubhub. Open Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And now open Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For the absolute best authentic Mexican food in Huntsville, it's El Gordo Taqueria. Call us at 295-TACO. That's 295-8226. Try it once and you'll be hooked. El Gordo Taqueria.
Hey, Huntsville sports fans, this is Robert Lindemann of Hit Solutions Realty. Hit Solutions serves the real estate needs of the Huntsville area. I would like to introduce you to the newest member of our team, Karen Denman.
Hey y'all, this is Karen Denman. As a lifelong resident of Huntsville, I am passionate about our community. Hit Solutions Realty wants to assist you with finding that piece of property that makes you feel at home. To get the ball rolling, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. 10-2 your score. Bearcats of Sam Houston on top over the Wildcats of Abilene Christian. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside of Jordan Smith. If you're just joining us, we're glad you're with us. As we get set to get here in the bottom half of the 4th inning, and Blake Facher is going to stride to the plate. A man that is halfway to the cycle. He's got a home run that he had back in the 1st and a double back in the 2nd. He's looking for the single or the triple here, or anything really to get on base here against Owen Cuff. He'll take ball 1 outside from Cuff, 1-0. Cuff out of the stretch, delivers the 1-0. Facher swings, and this is popped up. Should squeak out of play, and it will in foul ground, 1-1 the count, as he'll take a bounce off the light pole over there.
I'll give that a point.
Give
Not
it
a run,
point.
I'll give it a point.
I'll give it a point. Bounced off the left one, too. That's a tough one to do.
Yeah, it is, especially at that angle.
So a 1-1 count now here on Facher. Cuff delivers out of the stretch. That one runs in there for strike, too. A little high, but it's called there for a strike. It's a good pitch there. A motion pitch from Cuff.
Yeah, just trying to test to see whether he's going to bite on that high inside part, and didn't do so there, so wouldn't be surprised if he tried the same spot again.
Here's the 1-2 from Cuff. Fastball swung on. Goodbye. Off the bat and gone once again for Blake Facher. That cleared the scoreboard and then some over to where McNeese is warming up there in left field. And it's 11-2 on the second home run of the game for Blake Facher.
And you could tell that there wasn't even a ping on that one. That was like the Jack Roger moonshots that we have seen. That was just a solid barrel smack, and he knew it immediately. Bat flip, admired it. It took a little bit of time before he started trotting down to first base. Now a 9-run lead for Sam Houston.
Here's Gavin Johnson. He'll swing at the first pitch there, trying to make it 12-2, but Cuff blows it by him for a strike. 0-1, and Facher entering this tournament had just one home run, and it was against A&M Corpus Christi earlier on in the regular season. Since then, he's had 4. As Johnson fouls that one back. 2 in this game, 1 earlier this morning, and then 1 against A&M Corpus Christi on Wednesday. He has been riding a hot bat and will continue to do so, batting in that cleanup spot for head coach Jay Sirianni. 10th hit of the ball game for the Bearkats, as well as they quickly crack into the double digits in the hit column once again. Wind picking up just a little bit here in our faces. Next pitch to Johnson, bounces in and squeaks away. Nobody on, so it doesn't hurt anything. The count runs to 1-2. Johnson, lefty hitter. He's 1 for 1 today. Had a single his last time up, walked back in the first. Here's the 1-2 to Johnson. That one bounces in again from Cuff. 2-2.
First multi-home run game of the season, I believe, of his career as well.
Potentially. Didn't see a lot of him in the shorted season last year. Now he's come up in big spots here for the Bearkats in this playoff run, as Johnson just fouls that one away to keep the count at 2-2. Chadwick, he waits in the on-deck circle. 1 away here. An 11-2 score lead for the Bearkats as they get one of the runs back that they lost in the top half of the third. So you should say nobody out. The scoreboard operator tripped me up again. Johnson with a 2-2. Swings and fouls that one away, keeping the at-bat alive. Now looking at Cuff, as I'll let you come on here in a second, 2/3 of an inning and already the 1 hit and the 1 run given up. That was the solo shot.
Yeah, it's just a good battle here brewing between Facher and Johnson, obviously, here at the plate and really able to get stuff done, and there it is right there.
Johnson swings and hits it into right field on the ground for a single. Back-to-back knocks here for the Bearkats. The home run from Facher, now a single from Johnson. 11th hit of the ball game. Still nobody out here for Clayton Chadwick.
Number 12, left fielder, Clayton Chadwick.
Utility infielder, or utility outfielder, I should say, from Lavernia, the freshman. He stands in here. And he'll take the first pitch here from Cuff, and it runs outside 1-0. Chadwick, I said it earlier on, Schultz having a flair for the dramatic. Chadwick has one too, had a walk-off at the Shriners for Children College Classic at Minute Maid Park in Houston earlier this year against, at the time, ranked TCU. He'll take strike 1 here from Cuff as that caught the zone inner half. So Chadwick knows how to hit a good ball.
It really does, and, you know, this is a time where if you're Sam Houston, you want to see that. You want to see the big hit, and you want to see it in this situation and put more runners on.
This one is in the foul ground. Might have room as the left fielder. Actually, no, he'll squeak out of play and land towards the club seats, and a fan over there makes the catch over there. I think that was a McNeese coach. He'll throw it back into play. 1-2 the count. Of course, McNeese and Southeastern Louisiana, they'll get underway at the conclusion of this one in the nightcap here on day 3 of the Southland Conference Baseball Tournament. Chadwick trying to keep this at-bat alive. Still nobody out here. Johnson with a small lead at first, and Chadwick swings and tries to go Oppo Taco again, but fouls it away on a North General Pershing drive, and the count remains 1-2. And Abilene Christian, 2 runs on 2 hits. Bearkats 11 runs on 11 hits and the 1 error. That one charged to Anthony McKenzie, who waits in the hole. Chadwick holds up there. Johnson's going to squeak on over to second as the ball got away there from the catcher, Mitchell Dixon. Now a runner in scoring position for the Bearkats over at second and Gavin Johnson. So a wild pitch there for Owen Cuff. No action in the bullpen for Abilene Christian. Some arms still sitting down over there in the Bearcat bullpen in case Matt Dillard needs some help. The count is 2-2 now on Clayton Chadwick. And now he'll call time here. Does Chadwick. 0-for-2 today, struck out and flew out at both his times to the plate. Here's the 2-2. Chadwick looks at ball 3 down low. Open base now stands over at first base as Mason Schultz, who has a home run in this game, hit it off into nearly dead center just to the right of those flags. He waits on deck. Payoff pitch here for Cuff. Swung on and missed by Chadwick. First strikeout for Cuff, 1 away.
Right now for Cuff, that was just a good mix of pitches right there on that at bat, and now he finally has the first out of this bottom of the 4th inning, and it honestly seems like forever since we even started this bottom of the 4th inning. Really think about it.
This game continuing to drug along here, almost an hour and a half through this one. Mason Schultz at the plate, 2 for 2. He's gotten the 2 hard parts of the cycle out of the way in the triple and the home run. Triple in the first, home run in the second. Wind picks up a little bit here. He takes strike 1 outside. Cuff working out of the stretch here on an 0-1 count, trying to work that ERA down. It's around 30 now. So here's the 0-1 to Schultz. Schultz swings and hits this down the first base side towards the Abilene dugout. Fouled away, 0-2.
You know, and Schultz with his performance here so far in this postseason, he's really making it even more of a case of, hey, you're going to need me in these big games. Here's why. Put me in the lineup. And that's one of the reasons why he's in the starting lineup, because he's come up with big hits in these last couple of weeks here to put himself in this situation.
Here's the 0-2 to Schultz. That one called strike 3 on the outer half. Second straight strikeout here for Owen Cuff as Schultz sends him back to the dugout now 2 for 3. And that will now bring up Anthony McKenzie, the switch hitter for the Bearkats, now batting from the right side here against the lefty and Owen Cuff. Gavin Johnson still over there at second, itching to come home. McKenzie going to try and do that. So far, he's flown out, put the ball in play both times, but he flew out to center field in Tatro his first time up, and then to left field in Lattisow back his last time up. 0-1 count there as that pitch from Cuff makes it into the zone. With 2 out here, Johnson takes his lead from second. Cuff checks Johnson and kicks and delivers. That one runs outside, 1-1. Guys to the right here talking about jambalaya. I got mine today.
I got mine as well.
Very good.
Might honestly get more after this one.
Well, hopefully he still has some down there. He told me he sold out yesterday and the day before that, so hopefully he still has some when we're setting things are said and done here. Here's the 1-1 to McKenzie. That one finds the zone down the pipe, strike 2. I got to stop talking about food right now. I'm hankering for some grub. As the home plate umpire in Jeremy Hayes tells Cuff to back the rosin bag further down on that mound. Abilene Christian will have the 8-9-1 due up in the top half of the 5th inning here. in this one. Here's the 1-2 to McKenzie. That one runs low, 2-2.
Good job by McKenzie fighting here to try to get that runner on second and Johnson home. Try to extend this lead and make it a 10-run lead once again. Right now a 9-run lead, and all you need is one into the gap. Playing a little bit of a shift is the middle infield. A little bit towards the left side.
2-2 from Cuff, fouled away by McKenzie at the plate, and the count will remain there at 2-2.
Yeah, right now that 2-2 count here, when you look at it, it's really just a matter of making sure that McKenzie doesn't really try to do anything too much, just swings at one that is really close. Choke up on the bat. Don't swing at anything that's on the other batter's box.
Cuff shakes off a couple of signs there from his catcher in Mitchell Dixon. Abilene down by 9 here in this one. Facher getting a solo shot to lead off this bottom of the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2 to McKenzie. Swung on and missed, and Owen Cuff is able to strike out the side to retire the Bearcats here in the bottom of the 4th. Facher gets the solo shot to make this one 11-2, his second home run of the day. That sends things to the top half of the 5th inning here from Hammond, Louisiana, on the gorgeous campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. We'll step aside and take a break. Here's a message from Murray Insurance and Financial Services here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
With Murray Insurance and Financial Services. Our family agency has been representing the Huntsville and Walker County area since the 1930s. It can help you prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cats.
Whenever someone mentions their hometown, I think we all have memories that rise to the surface. Maybe it brings to mind the faces of those who made your life special. Hello, I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home. Special lives are important to us too. For almost 20 years, Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home has served Walker County families, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for you and your loved one in a way that honors them the best. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
You're in the land of Cajun, bumping some nice little Cajun music here at the Pat Keneally Diamond at Alumni Field on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University. Also, I want to give a shout out to our big thank you to our hosts in Southeastern Louisiana. They've been wonderful hosts here. As where things where they stand right now, we'd be coming back home tomorrow, or not coming back home tomorrow, but coming back here tomorrow to play another game. Bearcats leading this one 11-2. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside of Jordan Smith. As we get ready here to start the top half of the 5th inning here. Matt Dillard out for his 5th inning of work. The 8, 9, and 1 due up here in Brett Hammett, Bryson Hill, and then back around to the top of the order in Mitchell Dixon. Bottom of the 4th kind of took a little bit of time there. It seems like it's been an eternity since Abilene was coming up here to the plate. As Dillard, working out of the windup, kicks in, delivers the first pitch here to Hammett, and that bounces away from Johnson for a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, like you said, it seemed like that bottom of the 4th took a very long time, and it did a little bit, just kind of dragged on a little bit. It took a long time to get the first out for one thing, and then just kind of dragged on a little bit. Did get the 1 run, though, off the solo shot.
Hammett hits this on the ground. Diving stop by McKenzie. Throw on to first, and not in time. A good effort by Anthony McKenzie. Rogers with a good stretch, but Hammett had enough time to leg out an infield single, and that is how things start off here in the top half of the 5th inning.
Yeah, very, very close bang-bang play there at first base. Just not in time on the throw, but a great athletic effort there. Ranging to his right, sliding to make the catch in McKenzie, and making the throw on line, too. That's the thing. He could have held on and said, no way I'm going to get this, but he threw it and made it on line as well to keep the runner at first base since he was safe.
Here's the first pitch to the 9-hole hitter, third baseman Bryson Hill. He'll take ball 1 outside. Here from Matt Dillard. Again, the runner in Hammett over at first base. He'll take a short little lead here. Hammett on the year, 2 for 2 in stolen bases and attempts. as is Hill here at the plate. Here's the 1-0 to Hill. That one will find the zone for a strike, 1-1. Hill again, a 247 hitter, now dropping to 244 as he's 0 for 1. He struck out looking to Matt Dillard his last time up, his only time up, back in the third. Here's the 1-1. That one's called strike 2, outer half. Good pitch there from Dillard, 85-mile-an-hour slider.
Yeah, good motion pitch there on the slider. Now just needs to find a good location here. Trying to get him to chase. That's exactly what Hill's going to be expecting, but trying to get him to chase, entice him a little bit to get strike 3.
The 1-2 to Hill, swung on and missed. He did chase him. Good call, my friend. One away on Matt Dillard's third strikeout of the ball game.
All in a day's work.
Absolutely. Top of the order now in Mitchell Dixon, the heavy hitting part of this lineup. Now up here. Dixon's 1 for 2. He grounded out his first time to the plate, singled his last time here against Matt Dillard. Batting .374 is Dixon. Hits very well with runners on the base pass, .465 for Dixon. With one out, here's the pitch to Dixon. That one finds the inner half for a strike, 0-1. I'm seeing more and more people walk up with jambalaya, and I'm getting very jealous. As Dillard working out of the stretch, here's the 0-1 to Dixon. That one runs in, but called strike 2. Kind of an extended strike zone today for home plate umpire Jeremy Hayes. There's been a lot of balls that has been called pretty close.
It really has, honestly.
Is Dillard still working here? Trying to get out number 2 here. Another punch out in this inning. He won't hear as this one's grounded to Dillard. He'll throw to second with the left hand, but it's bobbled over there at second base by Easton Lloyd. A tough play. And it's going to be an E1 here on Matt Dillard. Trying to get the lead runner out. Second error of the game for the Bearkats. And it's runners at second and first with one away. That's not the play.
Yeah, see, I've never really understood. I understand trying to get the lead runner, trying to not have the runner score in position. I get all that. But it's not like it's a one-run ball game. You're leading by 9. Just get the out at first base. Worry about the runner at second later. It's a 2-out situation. Just make the easy throw to first. So you would have had it in plenty of time. And then you just have a runner at home that has to beat you with 2 outs to even get the run to potentially come in and cut into this 9-run lead.
Grayson Tatro now comes to the plate. Big hitter here for Abilene Christian. Here's the first pitch. That one misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Tatro, a .332 hitter entering today. Now .330 on the live stats as he is 0 for 1. He flew out his first time up in the first, walked and came all the way around to third, back in the third inning. Runners at second and first. Hammett takes his lead from second. Dixon from first. And here's the 1-0 offering. Called strike 1, outer half. Abilene Christian got their second hit of the ball game from Hammett on that infield single. And that good effort by McKenzie to try and throw him out. That's all they've really had outside of the other one hit. That came from Dixon. Swung on there. He tried to check it, did Tatro. He couldn't. 1-2 on a ball in the turf.
Yeah, he went too far up on that one. Not able to stop it there, obviously. It's a now 1-2 count here for Tatro at the plate. Again, got to be smart here if you're Dillard. Don't try to do anything too much. Just find one. You know the location you want. You know the location that works. Find one and get your 4th punch out of the ballgame to especially get 2 outs.
Here's the 1-2 to Tatro. That one called strike 3. Low in the outer half. There's that 4th strikeout for Dillard. And there's 2 out now with 2 on.
There it is right there, getting the punch out. That's what you want right there. Good job by Dillard, his 4th one of the ball game. Now dipping the ERA below 6. A good sign to see there for Matt Dillard. And now 2 outs here. All you need is to get the out at first base. That's all you need.
That's all you got to do. It's going to be a tough one at that. You got to deal with Colton Eager. Leads the team, in at least this lineup, in home runs. Hitting .341 on the live stats. He's 0 for 2. Reached on an error his last time up by Anthony McKenzie. Flew out his very first time up to left field to Chadwick. And the first pitch here to Eager runs outside from Matt Dillard, 1-0. Infield shifted around here. Schultz playing a little bit further to his left. Everyone else obviously playing in the spot for Eager. McKenzie kind of right up the middle there. Here's the 1-0. Ball too low. And then looking at Lloyd, he's right there just in shallow right field, just short of the infield turf. And then, of course, Rogers there at first base. A little bit closer to the line, not needing to hold the runner, obviously. So a 2-0 count with 2 away. Hammond at second. Dixon over at first. As Dillard's going to reset here. Try to get the sign here that he likes from Gavin Johnson. He's got it. Set at the belly and delivers the 2-0. Eager slaps this one and into right center for a base hit. 1 run coming to score. That is Brett Hammett. He will score. And Abilene Christian gets the run back that they lost in the bottom half of the 4th. It's 11-3.
And you see why going for that out at first base instead of trying to throw to second to get the lead runner is so big, because you do that, get the punch out. That at bat doesn't happen this inning. There isn't 2 runners on with 2 outs in a 2-0 situation, and they don't get a run here in Abilene Christian in this top of the 5th inning. See how every single decision you make can affect one thing or another, whether that inning or later on in the ballgame.
So here's Tommy Cruz. He's 1 for 2 today. Had a single back in the second. He flew out back in the third. It's now the 4th hit of the ball game there. That base hit from Eager. Now he stands over at first. Dixon at second. Here's the pitch to Cruz. That one in the top half of the zone. Called a strike. 0-1. Matt Rudis still warming up in the pen here for the Bearkats. Right-handed thrower for Sam Houston, trying to see if he's going to need to be called upon here. If you're Dillard, you'd like to get 6 innings out of him. Try to hand things off to your bullpen and then eventually try to shut things down in the latter 3 innings. Bearkats, of course, 2 runs away from getting to that run rule threshold as well. Here's the 0-1 to Cruz, right in the happy zone, but called ball 1. Cruz, a .335 hitter, hitting very well, especially with runners in scoring position and with 2 out, all of those above the 300 mark. Junior from Guyana, Puerto Rico. Awaits the 1-1. Here it is. That one bounces low, 2-1. Schultz playing a little bit closer to that infield turf, now backs up. Everyone else playing straight up here with runners at second and first. Dixon, the man in scoring position. Another Ladisaw waits on deck. 11-3 your score. Dillard out of the stretch, delivers the 2-1. Cruz takes ball 3. You have to wonder if Dillard loads the bases. If you're Sirianni, do you leave him in, try and get that 3rd out, and then go to Rudis in the 6th, or do you pull Dillard here in a big spot and put Rudis into a high-pressure situation?
I think if it was a lot closer game, I think you pull. I think because it's a 8-run lead, I think you keep him at least a little bit longer.
This one's on the ground over to McKenzie. The throw will be to first, and that will be out number 3. You had the guy out at second as well, but McKenzie elects to get the runner going to first base in Tommy Cruz. 1 run across here for Abilene Christian on a pair of hits. That's all they get here in the top of the 5th. 11-3 your score. Bearkats still up by 8 as we step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in 60 seconds here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at TexPress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? TexPress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. TexPress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexpressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's Texpress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
On the campus of Sam Houston State University is the historical University Hotel. It's a heartbeat away from the campus center, Bauer Stadium, the Don Sanders Baseball Stadium, and the Sam Houston Memorial Museum. Dignitaries from all walks of life have been here. Let the hotel host your special events like graduation, holiday parties, or professional gatherings. Come stay, come visit, come see the University Hotel at Sam Houston State University, shsuhotel.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Bearcat Sports Network. Bottom of the fifth, ready to get underway. 9-1 and 2 are going to be due up here for the Bearcats to start this bottom of the fifth, starting with Easton Lloyd. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith here on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. Lloyd will stand in. Lloyd today, he is 1 for 2. Singled back in the second, struck out swinging in the third. And Owen Cuff back out for another inning of work. Here's the first pitch to Lloyd. It runs in. That is for a ball, 1-0. Thank you once again to my wonderful girlfriend, Layla Dela Cruz, for tuning in today. Wow, go Bearcats. Thanks for tuning in. I'm sorry if things stand where they are, Layla. I won't be able to come home tonight. And we'll have to come back and play another one tomorrow as Lloyd fouls that one away, 1-1. Easton Lloyd here, working a 1-1 count after fouling that last one away from Cuff. Cuff tries to go off speed and high, 69 miles an hour that time from Cuff, and it runs high, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery from Cuff. That one again high, 3-1. Top of the order will be due up here. Bryce Holmes waits in the on-deck circle. Designated hitter for the Bearcats today. Easton Lloyd, the lefty hitter. Cuff out of the stretch, delivers the 3-1. Lloyd swings, trying to go opposite field, and he'll foul it out of play. Clear the bleachers down there on the left field side. Full count. Lloyd on the year, batting .247. 3.71 slugging percentage. Hits very well when leading off an inning, .308. Is the average there. Payoff pitch here from Cuff. Lloyd couldn't check his swing, and that is another strikeout for Cuff. 4 straight now for Cuff since coming in relief. Today's starter in Henner Cervantes.
Good job there by Cuff once again. You know, you got to give him credit sometimes. You're just getting the pitches he needs to locate. And unfortunately for the Bearcats, not able to get on base, but now time to respond.
Top of the order now, Bryce Holmes, the junior. Designated hitter today for the Bearcats. He'll swing at the first pitch, and that one is into right field for a base hit. Bryce Holmes now 2 for 4. Back-to-back hits for him. He had one in the third, and now he's halfway to the cycle with a single. So 1 out. Holmes now stands at first, and here he comes, Colton Cowser.
Good job responding right there pretty much immediately. Getting on base now and getting yourself on base for a guy who's known to get on base, whether it's a hit, a walk, or rounding the bases himself with a home run.
So Cowser stands in. He is 1 for 1. He's been walked in back-to-back trips back in the second and the third. Doubled his very first time up. He'll take strike 1 there from Cuff. Holmes on the base pads. He's 3 for 3 this year. Doesn't look like he's in a stealing motion as he's kind of in that inside that little inner circle there on that side of the infield. 0-1 count. Here is the 0-1. Cowser swings. That one right to the first baseman. Throw on to second. Hits the runner Holmes. So he is in there safely. Fielder's choice there from the first baseman in Hunter Gieser. So Holmes moves over to second and 2 out after getting Cowser.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cowser to hit right into the grounder there to get out of first base. That would have been a double play had it not hit the back of Holmes there at second base. But regardless, you got a runner in scoring position now for who else? Jack Rogers.
Rogers did ground into a double play his last time to the plate, a 6-3. It was started there on a good play there by Bash Randall. Otherwise, he's had a walk, and he also went yard back in the first. Make it 2-0 at the time for the Bearcats. Here's the first pitch to Rogers. He swings, hits this one to right field. This one way back. Hello in the parking lot once again. Jack Rogers has made this once again a 10-run ball game. First pitch swinging for the Bearcats' 3-hole hitter. It's 13-3.
I don't know what else to say. That's now 4 home runs this game. 2 by Facher, 2 by Rogers.
And also, in this series, or in this playoff run, 4 for Rogers and 4 for Facher.
It's insanity.
Speaking of which, here is Blake Facher. 2 out. Nobody on now after the bases clearing home run. He tries to go for another one, his third. He fouls it away way out of here. That'll make its way on the church parking lot. Might clear the fence. No, it didn't quite clear it.
1 for 3.
1 for 3.
I thought it was going to hit the residence house right there at one point.
Hoping it wasn't. A little fan over there going to get that ball. Here's the 0-1 to Facher. He'll hold up on that one, and as it bounces away in the turf, ball 1.
Little note about that home run. That now makes it 12 home runs total in this conference tournament just in the past 3 days.
My goodness.
8 of them from Rogers and Facher.
Like you said at the top of the broadcast, my friend, they have come to life when they needed to. They couldn't have come at a better time, right when you needed it most. In a lot of elimination games. 1-2 to Facher, swung on and missed. That will end his 3 for 3 day. He's now 3 for 4. But Jack Rogers has once again made this a 10-run ball game on another shot into right field. It's 13-3 as we now send things to the top of the 6th inning. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network after this message from Wiesner Hyundai in Conroe.
Why are people driving from all over Texas to Wiesner Hyundai to get a real deal? And during Wiesner's Stars and Stripes sale, save even more. How about a 2021 Hyundai Elantra Limited $4,000 off MSRP? Get a 2021 Hyundai Kona Limited or a Tucson Limited, your choice, $5,000 off MSRP. Or a 2021 Hyundai Sonata Limited, $5,000 off MSRP. Buy for less at Wiesner Hyundai. Exit 87B, Wilson Road in Conroe, or WiesnerHyundai.com.
Check out America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and the Hyundai Assurance Program today.
Hey, Huntsville sports fans, this is Robert Lindemann of Hit Solutions Player Development, helping instruct the stars to shine. Hit Solutions Player Development teaches the fundamentals of baseball and softball with proven offensive and defensive strategies and techniques. We instruct and inspire each player to be the best they can be by teaching the mental side of the game. To have the confidence to bring in the game-winning hit, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here, top of the 6th inning, ready to get underway momentarily. Matt Dillard out for another inning of work, as we kind of expected after he was able to shut the door in the bottom half and the top half of the previous inning, despite the 1 run given up. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith. We're glad you're with us here on 101.7 KSAM Digital. I'd like to thank Jerry Randolph Henderson for tuning in today. Yeah, Bearkats. Yeah, they're really lighting it up right now for you, Jerry. Also tuning in, Norman Tucker. Go, Cats, go. They are rolling in this one, 13-3 after a 2-run shot from Jack Rogers, his second of the game. 4 home runs in the game for the Bearcats as well, both of them from Rogers and Blake Facher. 13-3, Cats on top, and stepping in now is Miller Ladisaw. He'll take strike 1 there from Matt Dillard. Dillard really going to be called upon here probably to just try and keep going at this point with where things are at in the ball game. The 0-1 pitch out of the windup, swung on and missed by Ladisaw, 0-2. Because, Jordan, you look at it, it's a 10-run lead. If things stay where they are, we are done after the 7th inning. Actually, the top half 7th, as the Bearcats are the home team. Here's the 0-2 to Ladisaw, swung on and just fouled. They'll keep the count at 0-2. This Abilene crowd trying to find something to cheer about. Hasn't had a whole lot. And you look at Matt Dillard. Sure, there's 3 runs on the board for Abilene. None of them have been earned. That's why it hasn't really been hurting his ERA. Dillard set at the chin. Now set at the belt. Delivers the 0-2 to Ladisaw. And he just fouls that one away again. Does Ladisaw. Ladisaw today, he's 0 for 2. Popped out to Schultz back in the second. Flew out to Cowser in the fourth, his last time to the plate. Dillard working again out of the windup. Taking his time here. Now he'll get set and kick and deliver the 0-2. That one runs high. A good waste pitch there from Dillard. Ladisaw didn't chase. 1-2. One and 2 count here. Dillard kicks and delivers. Swung on, foul back to the screen. So we're starting to think here with the way the Bearcats have been swinging the bat today. Records are starting to be set. Have my colleague check that for us. We'll also get some updates from Scottsdale as well on how the Bearcats golf team is doing out there. Here's the 1-2 again to Ladisaw, and he fouls that one away. This at-bat is going to continue going. Good battle brewing here between Dillard and Ladisaw.
Absolutely is. And taking a look at the update for team golf, done for the day, done for round 1. They finished 2 under par. They are in third place right now, sole place in third. Right now, Texas Tech and Oklahoma are tied at 4 under par. Tech is finished. Oklahoma is in the 12 through 15 hole, so they're still going for team play.
The 1-2 to Ladisaw, swung on and hit in the air to left center. Cowser over to his right. He'll make the catch, 1 out. So that sets down Ladisaw, and that'll hand things off to Bash Randall.
Number 1, shortstop, Bash.
Ladisaw now 0 for 3. Second time he has flown out to Colton Cowser. Randall lined out into a unassisted double play by Jack Rogers, his first time up, always deflating to have that, and also flew out to the right fielder in Blake Facher his last time up back in the fourth. Dillard out of the windup delivers the first pitch here to Randall, and it runs in 1-0. Infield going to be playing straight up here to deal with Bash Randall. Here's the 1-0. This one on the ground, third base side, and it'll squeak foul, bounce up against the bricks. 1-1. Of course, you still got Matt Rudis up there in the pen for the Bearcats in the event that we need it. And you take a look there, Christian Smith making the jog out there, getting some steps in, running to get that foul ball. Taking a look at Randall, another one of these hitters batting above 300. Haven't seen much of it today. Looking to do one here. Out of this windup, the 1-1 bounces away from Gavin Johnson. Nobody on, so it doesn't hurt anything. It's 2-1. Clock, about 4 or so minutes, will strike 6. We'll get closer and closer into the evening hours here in Hammond, Louisiana. Dillard from the windup delivers the 2-1. That one runs high, 3-1 here to Bash Randall. Dillard on the day, he's given up 2 walks. He's fanned 4 batters, 4 hits given up, 3 runs given up as well. None of them earned in 5 1/3 innings of work. A solid day for Dillard, but he will walk Randall there. Third walk that Dillard has given up. And it's a 1-out base runner here for Abilene Christian, and that'll hand things off to Hunter Gieser.
Right now for Dillard on 90 pitches. Try your best to get through this 6th inning. Don't bring him out for the 7th. Bring in a guy, and if it's still out, well, never mind. I guess Sirianni just wants to go ahead and take a little bit of time to, I guess, warm up the guys in the pen, but I think he's going to go to the bullpen.
You see Rudis, he's still warming up down there in the pen. I think this may just be a simple mound visit.
I think it's buying time for the bullpen, if anything.
Yeah, and I'm thinking if you let another runner on here, I think you pull Dillard. You'll go to Rudis the rest of the way.
Because at this point defensively, you're just trying to preserve the 10-run lead.
Yeah. Because you want to get out of here as quick as you can. Again, like I said, I hate to keep bringing it up. We saw what happened in the game that preceded this one. New Orleans had a 12-3 lead leaving the 5th inning. And Southeastern Louisiana came back to win it 15-13. Bearkats trying to avoid a similar fate and send things to another game tomorrow. Again, they would play at 9 if McNeese loses in the nightcap tonight against Southeastern. If Southeastern loses, Bearkats would play at noon for a spot in the Southland Conference Championship against the same Wildcats if things stay where they're at right now. Runner in Randall takes his lead. Gieser at the plate. And here's the first pitch from Dillard. That one runs outside, 1-0 here for Matt. And here at a gorgeous facility here, Pat Keneally Diamond at Alumni Field here in Hammond, Louisiana, here at Southeastern Louisiana. As the next pitch there from Dillard is missed. Ball 2, he didn't get the call. Sam Houston crowd didn't like that one. Dillard will dangle the arm again, now working out of the stretch. With one out here, double play depth on the infield. Here's the 2-0, swung on and goodbye. Oh, well, it may squeak foul, and it is called foul. Oh, boy. That had home run distance and then some. I was already calling it for Gieser, but it is foul down the left field side.
That one, honestly, from the naked eye, that looked fair. Granted, we're at a little bit of an angle that you can mostly see it, but when it comes to things like that, you cannot tell exactly, and now they're going to go to review. And honestly, I'm thinking this is fixing to be a 2-run shot.
Well, here's the thing. You have to, the call on the field is a foul. There needs to be definitive evidence that shows that that is a home run. They do have a camera down that side, but I don't really know if you can tell from that angle.
They also have a still shot right here to catch home plate. Now, we don't know if that's going to be able to tell the foul ball. For one thing, overcast, very hard to see the ball in the sky. When it's overcast like this with a camera, it's very hard to see that. A little bit even harder to see it in the naked eye more times than not with the overcast, because the ball just blends in at that height. So it'll be something to watch for here as they take a look at the review.
I don't think you can really tell with where it is. I think you have to have enough definitive evidence to reverse the call. Remember, the call on the field is a foul. If they reverse it, it's 13-5. If they uphold the call, it's 2-1 count here on Hunter Gieser. You got to wonder if they call it a home run, or they're just going to just have Gieser just run the bases.
He has to, technically.
Yeah, he technically has to. Reminds me of that one time that Michael Morse had a call there, and the call is foul. They'll go with the original call. So the count is 2-1 with one out as they confirm the call. Worth the look, of course, but because you want to get it right in the umpiring crew here of Jeremy Hayes, Michael Durantes, Jet Minton, and Bobby Entrican, who made that call down the third base side, making the call there.
Yeah, and it took he took his time to make sure he got that call there on the third baseline. He even kind of bent down a little bit just to make sure that he made the right call, and according to the umpiring crew, the call was correct.
Dillard out of the stretch, delivers the 2-1 to Gieser. That one runs inside, 3-1. You got to think, Rudis, he's still warming up in the pen there. He's raring to go to come into this ball game. Dillard checks the runner at first, and the 3-1. That one is slapped down the third base side. Another one hit well down that side, but it is well foul, and the count is full.
And that one may have been a home run if it was fair as well.
Yeah.
Might have just sneaked over the wall, but would have probably been a home run.
They've taken out a panel on that scoreboard if it didn't clear it. The count is full now. Dillard looking for a big out number 2 here. Again, double play depth on the infield. Another payoff pitch here for Dillard, and this one is ripped in the right center back at the wall. Goodbye. A 2-run shot for Hunter Gieser. I guess third time's the charm for him. It's 13-5 now on a 2-run shot here for Abilene.
Took the words right out of my mouth there. Third time he smacks a long ball foul. Or third time he smacks a long ball. The first 2 foul. Third one just to the right of center field. And I mean, there you go. And there's Sirianni to come out of the game. And you have to give Dillard credit. He gave up 5 runs. 2 of them earned on that hit. He still had a very good game.
Absolutely. Look at the final stat line for Dillard here in a moment. After 5 1/3, he's responsible for the 2 runs that are up on the board here for the Wildcats. It's 13-5. We'll step aside and take a break. Matt Rudis out here to try and shut the door here when we come back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Advantage Specialties is your one-stop shop for business promotional needs in Huntsville. Need a logo on a shirt, hat, or other piece of clothing? Advantage Specialties provides embroidery in-house. Embroidery in-house helps make the process fast and affordable. What about promotional products? Banners, signs? Advantage Specialties can help put your name on virtually anything. For custom in-house embroidery, promotional products, printing, and much more, check out AdvantageSpecialties.com. That's AdvantageSpecialties.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as we continue to trug along here in the top half of the 6th inning. Abilene Christian getting a 2-run shot off the bat of Hunter Gieser. That is his 6th home run on the season, and that chases Matt Dillard out of this one. He finishes at 5 1/3 innings, 5 hits given up, 5 runs given up. 2 of them earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 25 batters faced. Just the 1 extra base hit and the 1 home run. And bunts his ERA, unfortunately, back up into the 6s, but that will do it for him. And now it is going to be up to Matt Rudis to continue to shut the door here for the Bearcats pitching-wise. And Jordan, what do you have here on Matt Rudis?
Rudis 0-1 on the season, and in 22 1/3 innings pitched, has given up 17 hits, so almost a hit per inning. 20 runs, 15 of them earned. Has walked 16 and struck out 18. That conversion needs to be a lot higher on the strikeout side, especially in this appearance. 2 doubles, 1 triple, and 3 home runs given up on the season for an ERA of just a tick above 6 at a 6.04.
I see a couple more arms heading towards the bullpen. Cole Wisniewski, one of them, also another one in Ryan Peters heading out to the pen as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as the rest of this game progresses. There's an 8-run lead still for the Bearcats. It's kind of been going back and forth. They led 10-0 at one point, and then it was an 8-run lead after a 2-run top of the 3rd for Abilene. Then they made it a 9-run lead, and then Abilene once again in the top of the 5th made it an 8-run game. And then Jack Rogers said, here, let me make it a 10-run game again in the bottom of the 5th with a 2-run shot to right field. And now once again, it is an 8-run game after the 2-run shot from Gieser of Abilene Christian. So that's where we're at right now. That's a quick little recap for you with 1 out. And here is Brett Hammett here, the first batter that Matt Rudis will get to face here in this ballgame. Rudis' first appearance here in the Southland Conference Baseball Tournament. Get out of the stretch, wind up, and deliver ball 1 from Rudis. Should say have his 3-quarter stance, does Rudis, 1-0. Rudis gets the sign from Johnson, kicks, and delivers the 1-0. That one runs in, but a call to strike, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 with 1 away. This one on the ground, third base side. McKenzie's going to have another tough play. The long throw to first is not going to be in time. A good effort by Rogers to try and knock it down, but it's going to be an infield single for Brett Hammett. He is now 2 for 2, and that will now bring up the 9-hole hitter in Bryson Hill. Abilene not going away in this one. Trying to hang in there. Bearcats, of course, still nursing that 8-run lead. Bryson Hill here. Only behind Tommy Cruz in the home run category of this lineup. He's got 2 home runs to 14 RBIs. He has struck out both appearances at the plate today, struck out looking to Dillard and swinging in the 5th. Runner on at first in Hammett. Here's the pitch. There is strike 1 there from Rudis. 0-1 with still only 1 out. Sun has decided to come back and say hello as it's going to dip below the horizon before things are said and done here. Rudis with the sun in his face delivers the 0-1 out of the stretch. There is ball one here to the Wildcats 9-hole hitter in Bryson Hill. Rudis delivers the 1-1 off speed, high, ball two. It's a good motion pitch there from Rudis, just didn't get the call.
It really was, like you said, just about high there on the location, but a good motion pitch at 70 miles an hour just to try to see is Hill going to chase or not.
There's the 2-1 from Rudis. That one's in the opposite batter's box, 3-1.
It just seemed like he released that one a little early there on that pitch, and now a 3-1 count here for Hill.
Here is the 3-1 from Rudis outside ball four. So a walk here from Matt Rudis that puts 2 on here for Abilene Christian here in the top half of the 6th inning. Of course, like we said, there are 2 arms up in the pen, one throwing at the moment. I believe that would be Cole Wisniewski that's up and throwing. Actually, may look like a lefty over there. It's 2 righties that are out there. So we saw Ryan Peters earlier and Wisniewski, so we'll see if anything comes of it. 2 on, 1 out. Rudis trying to get the out here as we're back around to the top of the order now in Mitchell and Dixon, who is 1 for 3 today. Checks the runner at second and Hammett, and the first pitch there from Rudis catches the zone, strike one. Dixon today, he's 1 for 3. Single back in the third, grounded out in the first, and grounded into a fielder's choice back in the fifth, and made his way over to second before that inning came to a close. A 1 count here for Rudis. Hammett and Hill take their leads. Here's the 0-1. Outside ball one. Mitchell Dixon, the catcher. Here again, said at the top of the broadcast, really odd to see a catcher batting in the leadoff spot, something you don't really see on a regular basis at any level, whether it be high school, college, minor leagues, or the major leagues. Even international ball, if you will. Here's the 1-1 to Dixon. This one swung on up the middle. Good grab there by Lloyd. The long throw to second. He's safe, and we're loaded. A good effort there by Easton Lloyd to try and get the middle runner going to second base in Bryson Hill. But he doesn't get him there. It was going to be a tough play to try and get him at first. And now the bases are loaded. Head coach Jay Sirianni is out to talk here. And the umpiring crew is going to convert here. I wonder if Jay Sirianni here wants to challenge that call. It didn't have to be a tag play. It just had to be because it was a force at second. So the umpiring crew is going to converge here with 1 out. We'll see what it is. The call was out on the field. We'll see.
And they are going to go to a video review.
They're going to go to a video review. We'll see if they decide to uphold it here. Again, the call is out. While they take a look at it, we're going to step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in 30 seconds. You're listening to Bearcat Baseball on 101.7 KSAM and the Bearcat Sports Network.
Whether it's uphill or down, Bill Fick Ford has the vehicle whatever your adventure. Needing to tow a load or just more room for the family. Either way, Bill Fick Ford has you covered with the best selection of fuel-efficient Ford SUVs and crossovers, including the 2021 Ford Explorers and Expeditions. There's also the 2021 Ford Rangers, ready for the toughest adventures on road or off. Hurry in today to Bill Fick Ford, I-45 South in Huntsville, or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
Just wrapped up the review there. Call will stand. It is safe over there at second base for Bryson Hill, and Abilene with a big opportunity here with the bases loaded and 1 out to try and cut into this lead that the Bearcats have. They already got a 2-run shot from Gieser moments ago off of Matt Dillard. And the Bearcats are looking to try and shut it down here and get things out of here in this top of the 6th inning. Somewhat of a double play depth on the infield. Here's the first pitch here to Grayson Tatro, and that's ball 1 outside.
Give you props for that one. Had to fight off a beat while making the call there.
Yeah, but not to get stung here. Good thing I'm not allergic to him. Again, Cats still leading 13-5. A big opportunity here for Abilene Christian, as I said. Here's the 1-0 from Rudis. That one bounces in 2-0. Man, Rudis is looking to have just some control trouble early on here after coming out of the pen. He spent a long time warming up in there. You got to wonder if that has an effect on it. He wanted Dillard to try and finish this 6th. Obviously couldn't do it. Now Rudis is working a 2-0 count here. Grayson Tatro today, he is 0 for 2. He walked back in the 3rd, struck out looking his last time up to Matt Dillard. Here's the 2-0, cut on it, miss, 2-1. Big healthy swing there from Tatro. That, I think if he made any contact there, I think we're looking at a 13-9 ball game.
100%. 100%. He was looking to send that one over the wall and into the parking lot.
So a 2-1 count here, 1 out. Bases loaded. Hammond at 3rd, Hill at 2nd, Dixon at 1st. Tatro is the batter. Rudis is the pitcher. Here's the 2-1 to Tatro's. Foul back, 2-2. Finally, Rudis is able to get 2 strikes.
And that's what you need right now if you're Rudis, just trying to work it back. Obviously, it's still a hitter's count, but it's a 2-strike approach. So obviously things change for both sides. Now you need to put this one in a spot that's going to entice Tatro to swing and miss.
The sophomore from Mansfield playing in a big spot here to deal with Rudis. 1 out, bases loaded, 2-2 pitch. That one fouled back. A good spoiler hit there from Tatro. Count remains 2-2. Rudis taking his time here. He'll be set at the letters. Here, trying to get the sign here from Gavin Johnson. Here's the 2-2 again from Rudis. That one called, strike 3, inner half. He gets Tatro looking, and that's a big out number 2 for the Bearkats relief pitcher.
Huge out number 2 there on the punch out there, and that is what you want. For Sam Houston, you're trying to keep this an 8-run ball game. So you can come in the bottom half of the inning, try to put runs back on the board, try to get it to a 10-run ball game, and try to see if you can go into the 7th inning with only 3 more defensive outs to get out of here.
Just inside 6 o'clock, 6:15 now here. As Rudis working out of the stretch here to deal with Colton Eager, a very, very good hitter here for Abilene. First pitch, called, strike 1. Now Rudis seems to be finally finding the spots that he needs to hit. Eager today, he is 1 for 3. Reached on an error in the 3rd, singled back in his last time up in the 5th, and he flew out in the 1st. 4 set, any base here for the Bearkats. Rudis set at the chin. He'll kick and deliver the 0-1 here to Eager. Eager swings and hits this one into center. Cowser to his right. He'll make the catch! And that ends the top of the 6th, and the Abilene Christian Wildcats leave the bases loaded. Matt Rudis shuts it down, but a 2-run shot for Hunter Gieser has made this a 13-5 ball game, but the Bearkats still own an 8-run lead. That sends things to the bottom of the 6th. They look to extend that lead here. As we'll take a break and we'll step aside, and we'll have a message here from Charlie's Used Cars here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
The Charlie's Used Cars. As most of you have seen or know, we are being affected by the I-45 freeway expansion. I assure you we are open and ready to serve you with your next vehicle purchase. We have driveway access off the I-45 feeder road as well as easy access off of Normal Park Drive. Charlie's Used Cars has been serving the area for 48 years and offers quality pre-owned vehicles and superior customer service. I encourage you to stop by and see us at 230 I-45 South here in Huntsville or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com.
This is Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Communication is key to winning any game. Just as Sam Houston wins on the gridiron, I help you win in the real estate market. As an expert in today's competitive market, I can help you make a successful offer on a property and sell your home for top dollar. When you support this local realtor, you support an entire family and a proud Bearcat. I'm Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Visit my website at HuntsvilleTXRealestate.com. Eat 'em up, Cats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the sixth, ready to get underway after what it seems like an eternity of a top of the sixth inning. Bearkats are able to get out Scott free for the most part. They gave up a 2-run shot to Hunter Gieser, but that is all they gave up whenever Abilene Christian loaded up the bases, and a good job by Matt Rudis to shut things down with a strikeout and a flyout to Colton Cowser. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith. 13-5 your score. Bearkats on top here by 8. Gavin Johnson will come up here to the plate to deal with Owen Cuff, who is into his somewhat of his fourth inning of work. He's 2 2/3 in, 4 hits given up, 3 earned runs. 5 strikeouts as well for Cuff, so he's been efficient despite the runs he's given up. Johnson today is 2 for 2. He'll take strike 1, and that's how things get underway here in the bottom of the sixth inning. A pair of singles for Johnson in this game with a walk his first time up. Out of the stretch, Cuff delivers the 0-1 to Johnson. That one bounces into the turf, 1-1. Johnson on the season. He entered today 294, now batting above that 300 mark at 305 on the live stats. Hits very well when he's in the leadoff spot, hitting 355. 2 RBI single back in the second inning. This one on the ground, foul towards the Abilene dugout, 1-2. The nightcap coming up at the conclusion of this one, whether that be in a couple innings or we go the full 9. Right now we would go the full 9 with where things stand. Here's the 1-2 to Gavin Johnson. He'll swing and hit this one past the diving first baseman in Hunter Gieser. And Johnson is 3 for 3 with 3 singles, and it's a leadoff single for Gavin Johnson to start things off here in the bottom of the sixth.
Yeah, good job there by Johnson to get on base. Now brings up Chadwick here, nobody out. And it allows for the Bearkats to try to get runners in the scoring position and put pressure on the opposite pitching in Owen Cuff, who has managed fairly decently in 2 2/3. Yes, he's given up 3 earned runs, but still.
Chadwick hits this one on the ground over to second, toss to short, and Chadwick's able to leg out and avoid the double play. They get Johnson going to second. A good turn there over at second base by Hammett, and throw on to the shortstop and Bash Randall. Will be a 6-4 fielder's choice, 1 away. Chadwick stays at first here for Mason Schultz.
Number 11.
Schultz on the day.
Schultz.
A triple and a home run to his credit. Struck out looking his last time up in the 4th. That's the last time he came to the plate. Schultz, that home run in the second, off the batter's eye, just to the right of dead center. Chadwick's off and going. The pitch is in the dirt. Chadwick is in with ease over at second base. And the 9-run lead potentially sits over at second base now. 10-run lead sits in the batter's box here with Schultz.
Chadwick now has 7 stolen bases on the season. He's now 7 of 12 on the year, and he scored 15 runs himself on the year as well.
Bearkats had a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 5th at the hands of Jack Rogers. They're looking for another one here for Mason Schultz. Time called here on the infield. Owen Cuff trying to work his way through here in this bottom half of the 6th. Bearkats 13 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors. Abilene Christian 5 runs on 7 hits, no errors. Chadwick might be off and going again, but he holds up there. That one is called strike 1 on Schultz, 1-1 with 1 away. Cuff checks the runner, the 1-1 to Schultz. Cut on and missed, 1-2. Schultz, like I said, he struck out looking his last time up. That is struggles this year. He's got 34 strikeouts to his 28 hits, so he strikes out more often than he hits. But when he does hit, he can really send the ball a long way. Here's the 1-2 to Schultz. That one bounces in, 2-2.
Good job by Schultz. Now, hitters count here, 2-2. Want to take advantage here and swing it smart. Swing it smart. Don't try to do more than what you're capable of.
Out of the stretch, Cuff delivers the 2-2. That one bounces in short of the plate, full count.
And now you've got the ultimate advantage here obviously we'll see Chadwick stay at second base. This isn't a 2-out situation, so he'll stay put at second base. Right now, for Schultz, you just got to put the barrel on the bat. We've already seen him with a triple and a home run today. He knows how to do it. Just got to do it once again.
Payoff pitch from Cuff. Cut on and missed by Schultz, 2 out, and he's upset with himself there. He just missed that one. 2 out now for Anthony McKenzie. McKenzie on the season, 2 home runs, batting in the 8th spot today. He led off earlier today in the 14-2 thrashing of A&M Corpus Christi that got the Bearkats where they're at right now. McKenzie stands in, the switch hitter batting from the right side. He'll take strike 1 in the happy zone, 0-1. Some Southeastern fans getting ready to trickle back in here. I'm expecting this place to be rocking whenever they get set to take on McNeese at the conclusion of this one.
Would not be surprised if it was sold out 100%.
Absolutely. Cuff here trying to get around and strand the runner over at second base in Chadwick. Here's the 0-1 to McKenzie. Got on and missed, 0-2, bounces away. Chadwick is off to third, and he's in with ease on the wild pitch there, but swung on and missed by McKenzie, so it's 0-2.
McKenzie has had a struggle in this game in particular. 2 fly balls to left and center field respectively, and then a strikeout swinging. He really needs to find a way to get contact on this at-bat here. Drive in the run from third, sit 90 feet from home, and extend the inning.
Got a big hole on really either side of the infield here between the third baseman and shortstop, up the middle, between the second baseman and first baseman. Down the lines is where it's trouble. Here's the 0-2 to McKenzie. Called strike 3. Didn't even need the umpire to tell me that was called strike 3. So the Bearkats go quietly. They strand a runner in scoring position at third. And that is all they get there in the bottom of the 6th inning. We go to the 7th. Bearkats still own, though, a 13-5 lead. Abilene looking for more here, likely here against Matt Rudis as he heads back out to the mound. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in 60 seconds here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it has to be El Gordo Taqueria. You'll experience the absolute best real Mexican food. El Gordo Taqueria has plates. Also, check out their new deck. Dine in or carry out, now available. Delivery to you from DoorDash and Grubhub. Open Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And now open Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For the absolute best authentic Mexican food in Huntsville, it's El Gordo Taqueria. Call us at 295-TACO. That's 295-8226. Try it once and you'll be hooked. El Gordo Taqueria.
Hey Huntsville sports fans, this is Robert Lindemann of Hit Solutions Realty. Hit Solutions serves the real estate needs of the Huntsville area. I would like to introduce you to the newest member of our team, Karen Denman.
Hey y'all, this is Karen Denman. As a lifelong resident of Huntsville, I am passionate about our community. Hit Solutions Realty wants to assist you with finding that piece of property that makes you feel at home. To get the ball rolling, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
Matt Rudis continues to go through his warm-up pitches here. We're back here on 101.7 KSAM Digital, powered by KSAM Sports and the Bearcat Sports Network. 13-5 your score. Bearcats on top over the Abilene Christian Wildcats. I'm Carlos Zimmermann alongside of Mr. Jordan Smith. Bearcats looking to slow down Abilene Christian after a very scary top half of the 6th. They gave up a 2-run shot to Hunter Gieser, but they were able to get around the bases loaded jam. They're going to now deal with the middle of the order here, starting with the designated hitter in Tommy Cruz, who's 1 for 3. Rudis going to be working out of the windup, kicks and delivers the first pitch to Cruz, and it is outside for a ball. 1-0 the count here on the junior from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, 1 for 3 in the game is Cruz here so far. Has not been able to do much with just a single.
Rudis misses his spot again outside. 2-0 the count. You know, just looking at this lineup for the Bearcats and the way and the amount of pitchers they've used this whole series, just the including relievers and starters. We'll get to it as we continue to go through this at-bat here between Rudis and Cruz. Rudis will kick and deliver the 2-0 to Cruz. That one runs high, 3-0 to start things off. You know, looking at who they've used, we've seen Lance Lusk, we've seen Tyler Davis, Kyle Backus. We've seen, trying to go further down through here, Dominic Robinson was the Game 1 starter at the top of this postseason run. Here's the 3-0. That one is called strike one. And then looking at further through here, Colton Atkinson pitching a gem this morning. Now Matt Rudis. And, of course, the starter today in Matt Dillard. That's at least 7 pitchers that the Bearcats have been able to run out there in this playoff run. Here's the 3-1. Cruz gives this a ride down the right field side, but it'll go foul. And it'll run the count now to 3 balls and 2 strikes as we're full.
They've used 7 pitchers in what is now their 4th game.
Wow.
It's been very, very efficient for the Bearcats. What helped was Atkinson going a 7-inning complete game. Granted, if that game hadn't ended in 7 based off mercy rule, that would have been it for him anyways. But regardless, that helped a lot coming into this game and to the potential rest of this postseason.
Cruz is walked. A pitch that missed everything but the backstop. So a leadoff walk for Cruz, and they'll now bring up the 5-hole hitter in Miller Ladisau. Freshman from Heath, Texas. Playing out in left field today for the Wildcats. There's Rudis here. Trying to not work himself into another jam after the leadoff walk. Here's the pitch to Ladisau, and that runs outside. 1-0. He has struggled to find the zone here in these first couple of at-bats. Needs to settle down here and get something going. Of course, Bearcats do have some pitchers up in the pen. Might get some double barrel action before long. You know, Cole Wisniewski is out there. As the 1-0 runs outside, way outside from Rudis. 2-0s. Control issues continue. That's Wisniewski that's up in there stretching and tossing right now. Indeed it is.
And this is a smart job right here by Gavin Johnson. So call time, obviously, for whatever reason right now, Matt Rudis is just not having a good outing. He's walked 2 batters. He's given up 2 hits. Granted, they've only been singles. But nevertheless, he's given up those in just 2 1/3 innings of work in 6 batters face. He has 1 strikeout, but he struggled to get that strikeout in the first place. And so right now, a good job there by Gavin just to go out to him, talk with him, calm him down, and try to figure out a strategy here to get this batter and move on from there.
Runs that outside, though, on that next pitch after the timeout. 3-0 once again. You got to think, your head coach, Jay Sirianni, if you walk him here on 4 pitches, you may be going to the pen.
He's standing behind every single player in the dugout right now, thinking the same thing probably.
Well, however, Rudis gets a called strike 1 on the outer half of the plate to run the count to 3-1 as the hitter in Ladisau has not taken the barrel off the shoulder whatsoever. He hasn't really needed to. Runner at first in Cruz. The stretch, the 3-1 from Rudis. Swung on, fouled away, full count again.
I think that one definitely landed in someone's backyard.
100%. Hopefully didn't take a window out in the process.
I didn't hear the sound effects, so probably not.
Probably not.
And hey, our car has been susceptible to quite a few home runs.
Yes, it has. That's why we parked the way we did today. But now another full count here. Back-to-back at-bats that Rudis has been able to work to a full count. Pickoff attempt here, and it gets away. And that's going to advance the runner over to second base in Tommy Cruz. I don't think Jack Rogers was quite ready for that pickoff attempt, and now it takes away a double play opportunity in E1 now on Matt Rudis. 3rd error for the Bearcats defensively. And kind of not needed.
Not at all.
Tommy Cruz is 0 for 2 on the stolen bases. You get the punch out here, though. You can rectify that move by Rudis. We'll see. Rudis set at the chin. And he'll kick. Check the runner first. Kicks now and delivers the 3-2. Fouled away again by Miller Ladisau. More and more fans trickle in for the next game as they were expecting a 7 o'clock first pitch. That's definitely not happening. Now as we're inside that 30-minute window, so that game's at least getting pushed back to 7:30. Here's another payoff pitch. Ball 4. Rudis loses Miller Ladisau. Now it's runners at second and first. You got the double play opportunity back out there, though. With still nobody out. Rudis has not been able to get anybody out, and now you hand things off here to Bash Randall. And for Randall, he hits very well, batting .308.
And that's a big thing right there. Nobody out. Yes, like you said, you do have the chance for the double play. If you get a double play, nobody out, sure. Okay, lead runner goes to third base. And now you're sitting there with a guy at third base that you do not want on third base, should not have even been on base in the first place. And now you got a situation here where you basically, right now, you need a pop-up to stabilize things, keep everybody where they are, and then set up for the double play. That's what you need right now. You need to force a pop-up, as head coach Jay Sirianni is on the mound right now talking to his infield. Again, just like earlier, more than likely buying time for his bullpen out there just past left field. And actually, they're going to make a switch.
So that's going to do it for Matt Rudis. And in comes now Cole Wesneski, the 8th pitcher that the Bearcats will have used here in the Southland Conference Baseball Tournament. We'll get Rudis' line for you momentarily. He's responsible for the runners at second and first. We'll step aside and take a break. Bearcats still on top 13-5. Abilene threatening again here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Michael Murray with Murray Insurance and Financial Services. Our family agency has been representing the Huntsville and Walker County area since the 1930s. It can help you prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cats.
Whenever someone mentions their hometown, I think we all have memories that rise to the surface. Maybe it brings to mind the faces of those who made your life special. Hello, I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home. Special lives are important to us too. For almost 20 years, Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home has served Walker County families, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for you and your loved one in a way that honors them the best. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Welcome back here to the Pat here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University in Hammond, Louisiana. Here for this semifinal matchup, game 1 of potentially 2 between the Bearcats of Sam Houston and the Abilene Christian Wildcats, the number 1 seed here in the tournament. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside of Jordan Smith. 13-5 your score. Runners at second and first in Tommy Cruz and Miller Ladisau. And into the pitcher's mound now is Cole Wesneski. What do you got on him, Jordan?
2-2 record coming into today's matchup. 19-2 innings pitched here so far on the season. 26 hits given up, 18 runs, 12 of those being earned. 9 walks, 18 strikeouts, a little bit better conversion. Basically a 2-to-1 strike-to-ball ratio than we saw from the last pitcher for Sam Houston. 9 doubles, though, has given up. No triples, 2 home runs, an ERA of 5.49. The biggest thing I see right now with runners on base, and right now he's got a runner on first and second base. With runners on base, he gives up a 3.40 average. He needs to find a way to get that to go down immediately.
So you go now to Bash Randall. For Randall today, he is 0 for 2 with a line into a double play, 3 unassisted by Jack Rogers, a fly out and a walk. He came around to score back in the 6th. Big spot here for Abilene Christian, needing some runs to string across here in this top half of the 7th inning. First pitch of the game from Wesneski, right in there, strike 1. That's a good sign.
It's a good sign indeed for Wesneski to start off strong here, working from the stretch with an 0-1.
Wesneski here working out of the stretch. He'll set at the belly. He'll deliver the 0-1 here to Randall. That one runs low and outside, 1-1. Yeah, and reset it for you. Tommy Cruz is the runner at second. Miller Ladisau is the runner over at first base. Infield playing straight up, double play depth. Outfield straight up as well. Wind picking up a little bit, left to right across the outfield on your radio dial. There's the 1-1. Called, strike 2. Big call there by the home plate umpire, Jeremy Hayes, and that'll give some confidence here to Cole Wisniewski.
Absolutely, and that's what you want right there. If you're Wisniewski, getting those calls there, let you know the umpire may be on your side a little bit here, so we'll see if we can try to get another one of those. Will Wisniewski to try to get the first out of the inning.
Needing it here. Both runners on via the walk. Wisniewski taking his time here. He'll set. Check the runner at second and Cruz and delivers. That one bounces in. Well blocked by Gavin Johnson. 2-2. Man, these top half of the innings have just been trudging along. Had a long one in the 6th, 5th, and the 6th. Having another one here in the 7th. Wisniewski takes a big breath here, hands on the hips. Typically not a good sign, but, you know, he's trying to get dialed in here. Only 4 pitches into this run here for Wisniewski, needing 3 outs. Here's the 2-2. On the ground, shortstop. McKenzie gloves it. He'll throw to second. Relay to first is going to be 8 up as McKenzie has a collision over there with Miller Lattisow. And they're going to call him safe. Why is he safe? Now they call him out. Okay, come on. You got to get that right. So they get the middle runner in Lattisow. They're going to check on Lattisow and McKenzie. Or excuse me, the second baseman, Easton Lloyd, I should say. No relay over to first. And I believe head coach Jay Sirianni here is he's talking over with the home plate umpire and maybe to see potentially anything for runners interference.
I don't think there would be.
I wouldn't think so either, but, you know, we're going to try and pull something out there as both players look to be all right. Lattisow will head back to the dugout representing the 1 out here in the inning. Now a runner over at third, and now the umpires. They're going to talk things over here potentially.
Okay, so now
to see if there was a runner's interference.
Now he's talking with the second base umpire just to see why he called it safe initially. He did come back and call it out. So there is an out at second base, but now you got runners on the corners here. At least that's what it's believed to be. It should be.
It is.
Yeah, 1 out now.
It is runners at the corners. Randall now over at first. Cruz over at third, and now Hunter Geezer, is coming to the plate. Who already has gone yard in this game just an inning ago in the top of the 6th. And if he does here, it makes it a 13-8 ball game. The Bearkats, they will have the 9-1 and 2 due up in the bottom half of this 7th inning. If things stay where they are, they would only need 2 runs, and that we could call it a night. So after all that, it will be runners at the corners, 1 out, and the middle runner knocked out by that little relay there by McKenzie to Lloyd, a 6'4" put-out fielder's choice. So here's Hunter Geezer. With 1 away, Wisniewski would love a punch out here. Any out of some sort, maybe another double play ball. Double play would get him out of the inning. And Wisniewski steps off the rubber as time is called. Johnson going to give the signs here to the infield. Geezer on the day, he is 1 for 2. Struck out looking in the 4th, went yard, as I said, in the 6th, walked back in the 3rd, and only reached first in that inning. Here's the pitch. This one on the ground. Shortstop. McKenzie gloves it. Toss to second. Back to first. Double play. 6-4-3 from McKenzie to Lloyd to Rogers at first, and that thwarts a threat by the Abilene Christian Wildcats. 13-5 the score remains. The Bearkats just need 2 runs in the bottom half of the 7th here. And we can send things to a second game tomorrow. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network. Here is a message here from Texpress Urgent Care.
COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at Texpress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? Texpress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. Texpress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexpressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's Texpress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
On the campus of Sam Houston State University is the historical University Hotel. It's a heartbeat away from the campus center, Bauer Stadium, the Don Sanders Baseball Stadium, and the Sam Houston Memorial Museum. Dignitaries from all walks of life have been here. Let the hotel host your special events like graduation, holiday parties, or professional gatherings. Come stay, come visit, come see the University Hotel at Sam Houston State University, shsuhotel.org.
They're going to fade out. They'll take me out to the ball game here as it's stretch time here in Hammond. 13-5. Bearcats need 2 runs, and they'll technically walk it off in a run rule fashion to tomorrow. Easton Lloyd swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. 0-1 here as Owen Cuff, I should say, back out for another inning of work. And, Cuff, he started the game at a 42 ERA, and he's been able to work that down to an 18 despite the 3 earned runs he has given up. Here's the 0-1 to Lloyd. Lloyd swings, trying to go opposite field, and he'll foul it on the general Pershing drive, 0-2.
Well, granted, when you have such a small sample size, which he did coming into this one, of less than 2 innings worked, it's a lot easier. Once you start getting those outs, it's a lot easier to bring that number down. Still at just a little bit under 20.
0-2 to Lloyd, bounces in, and it bounces away from the catcher in Mitchell Dixon. Nobody on, so nothing hurt. 1-2. Easton Lloyd, he's 1 for 3. He singled his very first time up in the second, and he has struck out swinging both times since, once in the third and once in the fifth. Both of those to Owen Cuff, who's got 7 strikeouts in this game since coming in as relief. Here's the 1-2 to Lloyd. Swung on and hit in the air to center. And this could be trouble out there, and it's going to drop for a base hit for Easton Lloyd. Nobody can get to that one. Running in was the center fielder in Tatro. Running over was the shortstop as well as Bash Randall. So, winning run now comes to the plate in the form of Bryce Holmes.
One swing of the bat ends it.
It does. We'll see. Bryce Holmes, he's got a home run to his credit this year. He's got 1 in 15 RBIs.
I think one of the gap right here would be good for Holmes, just to get on base, get the runner into scoring position, and go from there.
Swings this one on the first pitch and fouls it to Abilene dugout. 0-1 the counts. Nobody out. Infield kind of shifted a bit here. The shortstop over to his left a bit. And the second baseman playing a little further off of his normal spot at second base to the left. Here's the 0-1 to Holmes. He will take it for ball 1.
Now Holmes has the advantage right here completely in his favor. Remember, don't try to do anything that's out of your range. Just swing at anything that's reasonable and close enough that can get you a hit into the outfield.
Here's the 1-1. That one runs in, 2-1. Now the count's going to favor Holmes the rest of the way. And the heavy hitter in Colton Cowser, he waits on deck. Again, the Bearcats just need 2 runs, and they send things to a second game tomorrow against these same Abilene Christian Wildcats. Here's the 2-1 from Cuff. Holmes swings and misses, 2-2. Barring a comeback, Bearcats hold on here. If Southeastern does not beat McNeese tomorrow, the game will be at 1, not noon like we originally thought. If both Southeastern and Sam Houston win here tonight, as the Bearcats, they're hanging in there right now, up by 8. They would play at 9 a.m. tomorrow with McNeese and Southeastern playing at 1 o'clock for the championship game set up at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Here's the 2-2 to Holmes. That one bounces away, and Lloyd will now move up into scoring position on ball 3.
See, now at this point, that's exactly what you wanted. Even better that Holmes doesn't have to make contact to get the runner onto second base now. Now, if I'm Holmes, I'm swinging for the fence. No out, no harm, runners in scoring position. That's what you wanted to do in this at-bat anyways. Swing for the fence here on 3-2, just as long as it's close enough to the zone.
Payoff pitch with nobody out. Holmes swings and misses, and there's the first out. 8 strikeouts now for Owen Cuff. Give the kid credit. Coming in here in a huge spot to be a freshman and pitching the game that you are right now, despite the 3 runs you've given up, that's a big accomplishment for him. So give him credit.
It'll be a big test right here to see what happens here. Now Cowser and Rogers, followed by Facher, the 3 coming up here with 1 out and a runner in scoring position. A big test here for the freshman.
Of course, Cowser, he's gone yard here today. He hit a home run against A&M Corpus Christi. Looking for one here. He'll hit this one right to the second baseman in Brett Hammett. As he takes a hit away from Cowser. Good effort there by Hammett to his left, 2 out. And now here he comes, Jack Rogers.
You want a guy to do it? This is the guy to do it.
He's the guy. 2 home runs on the day, a walk and a double play.
Number 44.
So he's 2 for 3. 1 swing of the bat here ends the ball game.
This is setting up too easy.
It's too easy.
2 home runs, both 2 RBIs. Runner on second. 2 runs to win in Mercy. Calling it right field.
First pitch, Rogers wanted it and fouled it away, 0-1.
May as well make it a very historic day. Pretty sure it would be the first 3 home run game for him, obviously in his career. Not just this season, but in his career.
He hits very well. Here, Cuff, he's already been teed off of once. That was back in the 5th. Here's the 0-1 from Cuff. That one bounces in. 1-1 the count. Yeah, you got to wonder with where it is in this game. Do you give anything Rogers to hit?
If I'm Cuff, I'm not giving him a single thing to hit.
But then you have trouble if you walk him. Blake Facher's in the on-deck circle.
It's not a great situation.
He's already got 2 home runs today. Runner at second in Lloyd. Here's the 1-1 from Cuff to Rogers. That one bounces in, 2-1. Rogers does the nice thing, hands it off to the catcher in Dixon. But the count's 2-1 with 2 out.
Granted, he's halfway home to walking him anyways.
He's already been walked once back in the 2nd. That was from the starting pitcher in Henner Cervantes. Got ran out of here pretty quick. The Bearkats teed off for 10 runs in the first 2 innings. Looking for 2 here to end the ball game. Here's the 2-1. Oh, he wanted it. It swung on and missed. 2-2 on a pitch in the dirt. If they don't get it here, we play on to the 8th inning. They'll have another chance in the bottom of the 8th to try and walk it off if they can keep things where they're at in the top half of the 8th. If not, then you go to the 9th. That's old-fashioned way to try and send things to a game 2. Cuff here on 4 and looking for 2/3 innings of work. Finally gets the sign he likes here from Dixon. Checks the runner in Lloyd. Here's the 2-2 to Rogers. That one bounces in and away. Lloyd will scamper on over to third base. Now another run for the Bearkats 90 feet away. Full count here on Rogers with Facher waiting on deck.
See now for Rogers, pressure's taken off of him. 3-2, 2 out. Runner's going to go from third. This is the very last pitch of the inning more than likely. Rogers is either going to strike out or he's going to send it somewhere in the outfield, if not over the wall, and end the ball game. That's just what's going to happen.
We'll see. He's been swinging a lot of balls down in the turf. We'll see if Cuff goes there again. The full count offering. Swung on up the middle, and a base hit for Jack Rogers. That will plate Easton Lloyd. It's 14-5. And here comes Blake Facher. It'll now be on him to see if he can end it here.
So not the home run that I predicted over the wall, but still got it in the outfield, got the run. That's what you want. Because now all you have to do if you're Facher, 1, your main goal is to get the runner in scoring position. 2 is just keep the inning alive. Keep the inning alive with 2 outs. 3, try to send it over if you want.
If he does, it'd be his 3rd home run of the game. He's 3 for 4, pair of home runs, a double, and he struck out his last time here to Cuff. One of those 8 strikeouts for Cuff. Big spot here. Winning run over at first base. And the pitch swung on and fouled away.
And that's in the parking lot.
1 for 4. I don't think we're getting that bingo card again.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe we could try again tomorrow. At this point, I'm about to start counting anything that's close. Facher, again, 3 for 4. 3 of those hits and the 16 hits that the Bearkats have as a team. They also have 3 errors, something they're going to have to figure out going forward. We're nearing 7 o'clock. Here's the pitch. Facher fouls it away, 0-2.
At this point, for Facher, he just got to keep going. He just got to keep trying to make contact at anything close, put something in play. But if it's anything close, and you know there's a chance it could be a strike, you got to swing and at least make contact.
0-2 count, 2 out. Rogers at first base takes a short lead. The delivery from Cuff, high, ball 1. And, of course, you look at it. You look in the on-deck circle, too. Gavin Johnson, he's had a solid day, too. 3 singles, all to the right side. And you got to think about it. If Facher reaches here and Johnson does it again, we're going home. Not home, but to another hotel we got to figure out. 1-2 count here, 2 out. Here's the pitch from Cuff. Swung on, and out in front of it was Facher. Heads up on that car over there. Luckily missed him, and the count remains 1-2.
I think somebody just got scared a little bit.
There was a truck going by up there on General Pershing Drive. There was a car coming that direction as well, and I'm sure that scared him. (14-5) your score. Easton Lloyd just came in and scored on that RBI single by Rogers. The 1-2 bounces in. Rogers is wanting to go to second, and he is in there with ease. Kind of close there at the end, but now he's in scoring position on anything hit to the outfield.
And that's the biggest thing. That smart base running once again by Sam Houston. Now all you have to do if you're Facher, just put it in the gap. You put it in the gap, Rogers will do the rest. He scored 48 runs this season for the Bearkats. 49 sends us to Game 2 of the semifinals tomorrow.
Of course, that second game, if whoever wins, is off to the Southland Conference Championship. Here's the 2-2 to Facher. Bounces in, and now Rogers is going to skate on over to third on another wild pitch from Cuff. And now the winning run 90 feet away.
At this point, dribbler up the middle. Dribbler up the middle wins it. You see the wide open gap right there between short and second. Just squeeze it right on in there. Granted, a lot easier said than done. You got to have some pretty accurate timing on that one since it's up the middle. However, all you got to do is dribble it into the outfield. Bearkats walk it off.
You got to hit it hard, too, if you're Facher. Full count, 2 out. Rogers at third. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. And an anticlimactic finish to the bottom of the 7th inning. So Facher strikes out for the second time swinging. That sends things to the top half of the 8th inning. Cats do get a run, 14-5. We play on, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Bearcat Sports Network. We'll step aside and take a break. Here's a message from Wiesner Hyundai in Conroe.
Why are people driving from all over Texas to Wiesner Hyundai to get a real deal? And during Wiesner's Stars and Stripes sale, save even more. How about a 2021 Hyundai Elantra Limited $4,000 off MSRP? Get a 2021 Hyundai Kona Limited or a Tucson Limited, your choice, $5,000 off MSRP. Or a 2021 Hyundai Sonata Limited, $5,000 off MSRP. Buy for less at Wiesner Hyundai. Exit 87B, Wilson Road in Conroe, or WiesnerHyundai.com.
Check out America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and the Hyundai Assurance Program today.
Hey, Huntsville sports fans, this is Robert Lindemann of Hit Solutions Player Development, helping instruct the stars to shine. Hit Solutions Player Development teaches the fundamentals of baseball and softball with proven offensive and defensive strategies and techniques. We instruct and inspire each player to be the best they can be by teaching the mental side of the game. To have the confidence to bring in the game-winning hit, visit us online at hittss.com. Hit Solutions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We continue to roll on in this one. Top of the 8th, ready to get underway. Cole Wisniewski out for another inning of work here, looking to slow down Abilene Christian. They're down by 9, a long way to go for them in a short amount of time to do it. Of course, at this point in the game, in the game that preceded this one, it was a much, much closer game than it was here. It was 13-9 after leaving the top of the 8th inning when New Orleans allowed that comeback there by Southeastern Louisiana. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside Jordan Smith. Again, the Cats up 14-5. Cats on 14 runs, 16 hits, 3 errors, 2 of them charged one to Matt Dillard, and one to, blanking on his name. Oh, forgive me, folks. I've been at it since 7 o'clock this morning. Matt Rudis was the pitcher that had that other error as well. This one swung on and hit in the air to left field, way back at the wall. Goodbye. A home run for Brett Hammett. His 8th home run on the year, and they'll get the 1 run back that they lost in the bottom half of the 7th. It's 14-6. So an 8-run game now. Wildcats, 6 runs on 8 hits and no errors. That was not missed at all there by Hammett.
Number 10, third baseman, Bryson Hill.
Here's Bryson Hill now. He's 0 for 2 today. Struck out twice, once looking, once swinging, and then walked back in the 6th. That walk charged, of course, to Matt Rudis. Wisniewski going to try and settle back in here. Here's the pitch to Hill. This one swung on and over the head of Easton Lloyd for a base hit here. Excuse me, for Abilene Christian. Throw back in is the second, so a nobody out single for Bryson Hill. That'll turn the order back around to the top in Mitchell Dixon.
2 pitches, 2 hits. 1 a single, 1 a home run. Right now for Sam Houston, just try to get the 3 outs. And just, at this point, you're just trying to win it in 9.
Yeah.
Don't even try to force it in 8. Just win it in 9.
Here's the pitch here to Dixon. Fair ball down the line in third. 1 runner coming around third. He'll hold up there in Hill. It's a double on a tough play there that Schultz, I don't think he's getting it out regardless. 3 pitches, 3 hits for Abilene Christian, and they got runners in both scoring positions at third and second base.
3 pitches, 3 hits. Homer, single, double.
They're almost to the cycle in the orders.
In as many pitches.
Yeah. Here's Grayson Tatro. Wisniewski just having some trouble here. Responsible for the runners on at third and second base. Not much action up in the pen here for the Bearcats. Finally, a pitch is taken, and it's called strike 1. And the Bearcats, second time today, they've been able to reach 14 runs. They beat A&M Corpus Christi 14-2. Not so much the case this time. As Abilene Christian cracks the double digits in the hit column, they now have 10. Here's the 0-1. Holding up there, and no, not holding up, says the home plate umpire, and Jeremy Hayes is Tatro, 0-2.
It was a good job there by Wisniewski to force Tatro to swing on that one when he didn't want to. Now 0-2 here. Big opportunity to get your first out of the inning.
Bearcats have not seen the long ball in quite some time. They'll have another opportunity in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Here's the 0-2. Tatro just fouls it back. Tatro, a very, very tall man. 6'4", 200-pound outfielder here for the Wildcats, hailing out of Mansfield, Texas. He's got 2 runners in scoring position. 1 at third in Bryson Hill, 1 at second in Mitchell Dixon. Here's the 0-2. That one on the ground, foul. You know, harkening back to something that Bearcat quarterback Eric Schmid said. He said that team played a full 4 quarters, no one could stop them. What the Bearcats need to do here, they need to play a full 9. Because what we've seen in this one so far, and especially here in these middle innings, that Abilene Christian, they can hit. If you want to win tomorrow and send things to the Southland Conference Championship, you got to play a full 9 and not rely on 10 runs in 2 innings. That one swung on and missed by Tatro. Third time he has been struck out. First time swinging, and there's 1 out. I got to deal with Colton Eager, who is 1 for 4, a single in the 5th. That was an RBI single. One of those 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. He's flown out twice, once to Chadwick, once to Colton Cowser, and then reached on an error in the 3rd. So, go ahead.
Keep trying to get the punch outs here. Just keep trying to keep the outs at home plate, and not let any contact be made in fair play.
Here's the first pitch to Colton Eager. It runs outside and high, 1-0. As we are now past 7 o'clock here. This should have been the time that McNeese and Southeastern Louisiana got underway. That game now likely going to be pushed back to 8 o'clock. Going to be a late night for the Hammond faithful and the folks that made the trip from Lake Charles. Out of the stretch, Wisniewski delivers the 1-0. That one runs outside again, 2-0. Nothing chasing here for Eager. If you can get a base hit here and make it 14-8. One out here, 2-0 count here. Wisniewski out of the stretch, set at the belt, and delivers. That one swung on, over to second base, past the diving Easton Lloyd, base hit. 1 run scores in Hill, Dixon right behind him, it's 14-8. Good piece of hitting there from Eager, he's now 2 for 5. Cats do have an arm over there, I see him. Not certain if he's warming up as much. Abilene, the 3 spot here in the top half of the 8th inning and only 1 out. You got a double play ball now on the infield, but gotta think you're trying to play to the 9th at this point.
At this point right now, you're trying to stave off a 8th inning comeback. 3 runs in this top of the 8th. It's a 6-run ball game.
There's Tommy Cruz, and he's hit. So now runners at second and first as Wisniewski loses control there. The thing for Wisniewski, he's not even cracked 20 pitches yet. Another runner in scoring position.
Number 12, left fielder Miller Ladisaw.
And here's Miller Ladisaw. Abilene Christian, you got to wonder if they're smelling blood in the water. This crowd is really filled out here with a bunch of fans for the next game as well. So here's Miller. Runners at second and first. Wisniewski just needs 3. It just needs 2 more outs. Another arm going to the pen. It's Lance Lusk. Here's the first pitch. Fouled away, 0-1. So Wisniewski able to get ahead in the count here to start things off against Miller Ladisaw. Ladisaw, lefty hitter. So 0 for 3 today. Walked his last time. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Ladisaw late there to the off-speed pitch from Wisniewski.
Big pitch upcoming here for Wisniewski. Again, just needs to locate it, the right spot. It just needs to be able to find a way to make sure the ball stays in front of him.
Wisniewski set at the belt. Trying to protect the 6-run lead. The 0-2. High ball 1. I believe the Bearkats once enjoyed a 10-run lead. That's the biggest they've had it. It's been nearly cut in half. 1 more run would do that. Obviously, the smallest lead that Abilene has been able to cut it to since you got underway here. Wisniewski will step off the rubber as McKenzie tried to fool. Runner over there at second base in Colton Eager. One, 2, 1 out. Swung on and missed. 2 away. Another strikeout for Cole Wisniewski, his second. That was big.
That was big. A good job by Wisniewski. Now his second strikeout of the ball game here. That's what you needed for Wisniewski. Now 2 outs here. Outs at any base, mainly first though.
Shortstop, Bash Randall.
Here's Bash Randall. He's 0 for 3 today. The double play he grounded into. Fielder's choice his last time up. 2 out, runners at second and first. Wisniewski out of the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Randall. That one bounces away from Johnson, and the runners will advance into both scoring positions at third and second. That'll be a wild pitch for Wisniewski as Johnson could not keep the ball in front of him. Two out here, 1-0 count. Time called. Here with the home plate umpire. The great crew that we've had throughout this entire playoffs, a ever-shifting crew. Very thankful for them and the effort they've put in here at the tournament. Here's the 1-0, swung on the ground, third base side. Schultz bobbles it, throw to first. No throw, 14-9. Runner scores in Colton Eager on the air there by Mason Schultz. It's 14-9. You gotta wonder if Schultz was thinking about trying to just slap that tag over at third and he bobbled the ball before it even made it to his mitt.
Not even that. He was trying to get the throw to first. He was trying to play the throw to first before he even had the ball. We've seen that a couple times from different players on the field as well from Sam Houston, and it did not work out well in those situations either.
There's the first pitch, strike to Hunter Gieser, and this guy makes me a little bit nervous here as he comes to the plate. He's already got a home run in this game. A home run would make it a two-run game. Here's the 0-1. Ball one high. Abilene 9 runs on 11 hits. Bearcats 14 runs on 16 hits, and now the fourth error for the Bearcat defense. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, hit in the air to left field. Back at the wall. It's a two-run game. And here we go again. That ought to do it for Cole Wisniewski. Abilene Christian puts up a 7 spot here in the top of the 8th inning. It is 14-12 now. After Mason Schultz dropped the third out of the inning and would have kept it a 6-run game. You wonder how it shifted so quickly. Well, Abilene Christian, never say die. They're hanging in there, 14-12, and now you hand things off here to Brett Hammett, who's also gone yard in this game. He is 3 for 4. He has reached every time he's come to the plate. Only other time he reached not on a hit was a fielder's choice. Here's the pitch. There's strike one in her half. And now the Bearcats are thinking bottom of the 8th, you need insurance. Can't believe I'm saying that.
7 runs in the top of the 8th. 7 of their 12 runs have been scored in these first 2 outs.
Wow.
It's unbelievable.
Here's the 0-1 to Hammett. Outside, a 1-1.
Now all of a sudden, tying runs on deck.
Yeah, he is. Comes in the form of Bryson Hill. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, hit in the air to left. This one's going to hang up a bit here for Chadwick. He's going to make the catch. And mercifully, that ends the top of the 8th. Abilene Christian scores 7 runs here in the top of the 8th inning, and they've come almost all the way back. They are down by 2. Bearcats looking for insurance. We'll step aside and take a break. We'll be back here in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 14-12, Bearkats on top. I can't believe I'm saying this. Only by 2 after Abilene puts up a 7 spot in the top of the 8th inning, and they have made this one a ball game. So we are here in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be the middle to the bottom of the order here for the Bearkats. It'll be Gavin Johnson, Clayton Chadwick, and Mason Schultz as they'll try to get some insurance for the Bearkats here in this bottom of the 8th. Carlos Zimmermann here alongside Jordan Smith. And it tells you, it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that you said it all game long. Might be a little bit of a jinx, so your fault, I'm saying. But, sure. But the thing is with that, for Sam Houston, they started to relax a bit. They started to be like, okay, we've got an 8-run lead. We've got a 9-run lead. We've got a 10-run lead. We can relax. We can just hang out, chill, just get through these. That's not how you play baseball. You have to keep your foot on the pedal, and you have to be able to find a way to keep the adrenaline and keep the throttle going. And you see what happens when you don't. 9 of the 12 runs for Abilene Christian scored in the last 3 innings.
Saw it in the game that preceded us, and scarily it's happened again. There's a new pitcher into the mound for Abilene Christian, Nick Norton. A 6.35 ERA and 5 2/3 innings of work. He's going to deal with the Gavin Johnson to start things off, and he's already going to step off the rubber for a moment. Johnson, though, however, he is 3 for 4. He's reached on every plate appearance today, so he's been hot. Here is Norton. Gets set. He'll set at the belt and deliver the first pitch of the game, and Johnson takes it high for ball 1. Key here for the Bearkats now, you got to pack the bases. Pack the bases and get a hit. Get a hit that you really need. We've seen home runs today for Mason Schultz. McKenzie's got a couple good hits in this playoffs. Need some big ones here in the bottom of the 8th to get some insurance here for what will likely be a Lance Lusk appearance. Johnson swings and misses at strike 1. Sun peeks out a little bit here again. Shadows mostly in the left and center field part. Right field is very, very bright over there for the right fielder in Colton Eager. There's the 1-1 for Johnson. That one's high, 2-1. One bounces away shortly from Nick Norton. Looking at Norton as well, he's given up 5 hits in a small sample size appearances. 5 runs given up, 4 of them are 9 walks, 6 strikeouts, 2 doubles, and a dinger as well. Here's the 2-1 to Gavin Johnson. That one is inside and high, 3-1, as it backs him off a bit. Johnson here would love to be able to get on here with the next man up in Clayton Chadwick up. That one outside, ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk to start the inning here for Nick Norton. And we'll now go to the next man up here, and it's going to be a pinch hitter here for the Bearkats. Trying to get an eye on it, who it is. It is Christian Smith, as we have a quick mound visit here with Nick Norton, who just came in. That's the only batter he's faced is Gavin Johnson. I doubt they're going to the pen right now. So Christian Smith's going to have to wait here for a minute. The pinch hitter, the junior utility infielder from El Paso. And no, they are going to go to the pen. It's going to be a lefty. Or excuse me, a righty. My mistake. Saw the glove on the left hand and tripped me up, as we're going to keep it right here for the time being. Again, this game is really flipped on a dime. If you wonder why my voice is down, it's because this is really a true ball game now. The Bearkats dominated the majority of this game, and they've let Abilene come back into this one. It's 14-12. The Bearkats do have a base runner in Gavin Johnson, as they're going to get the new pitcher going here. It is going to be Trevor Jackson. There's an 8.04 ERA to his credit. 15 2/3 innings of work. 1-1 in the decision column. 21 hits given up, 14 runs given up, all of them earned. 18 walks, 14 strikeouts, 6 doubles, and a home run. So not really a home run giving up type of pitcher, but he is susceptible. And Christian Smith has not had quite the series that he has wanted to have. He'll need to come up with a big hit here if he wants to get the Bearkats some insurance.
Sam Houston just needs to, they need to find a way, for one thing, to just get on base. You mentioned it at the top of this inning, which hasn't been much, but they need to find a way to get on base, to get runners on, and to just put pressure on this new pitcher in Trevor Jackson, because that's the biggest thing. If you put pressure on the pitcher, eventually, the more and more pressure you put on them, eventually they're going to break under the pressure. And that's going to get you runs. And like you said, right now the Bearcats need insurance. A 2-run lead is no longer safe. A 9-run lead wasn't even safe. They just need more, and that's all that there is to it right now.
There's all there is to it. Big chance for Abilene to try and win this one. If they do win, it would send them automatically to the Southland Conference Championship for the 1 seed. If the Bearcats hang on and survive, Bearcats would force a second game tomorrow, and they would really need to retool before going into that one. You got to wonder who they're going to have up and throwing tomorrow up against Abilene Christian. You'll have to wait and see as this lineup for Abilene Christian really came to life here in the middle innings. Like Jordan mentioned earlier, 9 runs in the last 3 innings for Abilene's offense, and that's what's got them in this ball game. This game continues to trudge along. We are in hour number 3, 3 hours and 19 minutes so far in this one. As Christian Smith, the pinch hitter, will come to the plate here. He'll deal with Trevor Jackson, who's got that 8 ERA. And Gavin Johnson is the runner that stands over at first base. If I'm Smith here, you just need to elevate. You need to elevate the ball regardless. I don't care if you pop out or you fly out. You need to avoid the double play. You need to hand it off here to Mason Schultz if you can't get on yourself. Jackson will set out of the stretch. Is set at the letters and delivers the first pitch. That one in there, strike 1. Again, the sun peeking out here a little bit here. It'll dip below the horizon before long. The right fielder in Colton Eager will have it right in his face. He's sticking the glove in front so he can see where the ball is. Here's the 0-1. Smith swings and misses 0-2. Smith here appeared in the game earlier today. Needing something big here. Here's the 0-2 from Jackson. Swung on and hit in the air to left field. That will get down for a base hit. So Christian Smith does his job. It'll advance Johnson over to second, and now there's 2 runners on here with nobody out for Mason Schultz.
And that's what you need right now. Again, good job by Christian Smith. Coming in a pinch hit situation, just getting runners on. That's all there is to it. And the more runners you get on, eventually, once you allow more than 3 runners on at a time, runs start coming on the plate. Just do the math. And that's what they need right now is runs to get across home plate.
So nobody out here for Mason Schultz. Schultz, he struck out 2 times in a row now, trying to avoid that here. He went yard back in the second. Seems like an eternity ago now. Here's the first pitch. Schultz thinking about squaring around. He'll take strike 1. Probably the right call there, trying to get both runners up into scoring position. They'd only have 1 out. You'd be also good, maybe get a lucky shot and maybe reach on your bunt. 0-1 count here, nobody out. You're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Cats leading 14-12. Here's the 0-1. Schultz takes it for strike 2. Now the bunt option is no longer there. Now you're free swinging if you're Schultz.
Good job there by Jackson. Got to give him credit. Just a good location on that pitch. Schultz thought about it. Just didn't pull the trigger. You have to wonder what would have happened had he pulled the trigger.
Schultz calls time. Again, set it for you. Gavin Johnson over at second. Got on via the walk. That was given up by Nick Norton, that's his only appearance. He's responsible for him over there. And the runner in Smith over at first with that base hit he had moments ago. Here's the 0-2 to Schultz. Swung on and missed, 1 away. And now that'll bring up Anthony McKenzie. And McKenzie today has had his struggles. 0 for 4. Flew out his first 2 times and has struck out his last 2 times. And if you're the Bearcats at this point, you need to plug the gaps here, maybe bring home a run and somehow, some way get this around to your top of your order. Fans in the chat interacting here. Let's finish this. They need to finish it. Obviously, a situation where Lance Lusk is going to be coming in, barring anything weird that happens. There's ball 1 here to Anthony McKenzie. McKenzie trying to settle in. Here's the 1-0 from Jackson. That one's fouled away, 1-1. Easton Lloyd, he waits in the on-deck circle. He's gone yard. Had one yesterday against Lamar in a 7-4 victory. Set up this morning for the Bearcats and brought him here. Was looking really good. Now the nerves are starting to set in. Switch hitter in McKenzie, batting now from the left side after batting from the right side 2 times before. Here's the 1-1. McKenzie swings and misses, 1-2. That's the kind of pitch you want right there. Like, just a way too slow with that one, with that swing. Jackson at the chin delivers the 1-2. That one's way outside, 2-2. Good job by McKenzie not to swing at that.
Also a good job on the grab there by the catcher in Dixon. Being able to keep that one from going to the backstop. Granted, the Bearcats would have absolutely loved for that to go to the backstop. However, it's not a deep backstop, and it's brick, so it's going to bounce off of that really easily. So
here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. Foul tip into the glove. 2 out. Now that'll bring up Easton Lloyd. McKenzie now 0 for 5 today at the bottom of the order for head coach Jay Sirianni. Lloyd comes up here. Insurance runs on the base paths right now at second and first. Lloyd needs to get something into the outfield. Maybe try to turn things over to the bottom of your order. As time, top of your order, I should say. Time is called here. And the catcher in Mitchell Dixon is out to talk things over here with Trevor Jackson. Again, McNeese and Southeastern, they're patiently waiting for this one to come to its end. We'll see how that game will spill out.
So their first pitch was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. It's 7:25, so they probably won't be starting at this point. With the rate this game is going, probably won't even be starting until 8:15, maybe 8:30.
Roughly 8:30 probably will be the start time for them. 2 out here, runners at second and first. Jackson out of the stretch delivers the first pitch to Lloyd, and it is in there, strike 1. Jackson going to take his time here. Gets the sign from Dixon. A 1 count, 2 out, runners at second and first. That one bounces in, 1-1. Lloyd today, he singled both times. In the second and the seventh, and bookends the middle of where he struck out in the third and the fifth. Both times that he singled, he came around to score. Sure, he would love to do the same thing here. Jackson taking his time here. Bearcats didn't score in the third and the seventh, or the sixth, excuse me. They need one here. There's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Abilene Christian trying to fight their way back. They're going to have the 9-1-2 due up in the top of the 9th inning. Only down by 2. Bearcats trying to threaten. There's the 1-2 to Lloyd. Fouled away. Good protection there. Would have been ball 2, but Lloyd keeps it going.
Good job there by Lloyd to just fight it off and keep the at-bat alive. Keep the inning alive, for that matter. The last thing you want is a strikeout right here. Because you strike out, 100% of the momentum just went to Abilene.
Want to at least put it in play. That way you can give your pitcher some life there in the top of the 9th. Here's the 1-2. Fouled away again. 1-2 count here. Trevor Jackson trying to shut it down here. Send things to his offense in the top of the 9th. Bearkats trying to look for insurance. If not, they're going to have to try and hang on for dear life. 2 out, the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Good discipline there from Lloyd. Freshman from Marshall trying to hang in there in a very high pressure spot. Two count, and here's the pitch. High, ball 3. Bryce Holmes, he does wait on deck. He could try, does Lloyd here, to send things around to Bryce Holmes.
And everybody's going to be going here. 3-2. 2 outs. I'll pitch outside, loads the bases. Otherwise, we head to the 9th.
Good job by Lloyd, been able to work it back to a full count here. Runners will go. With 2 out, it runs in, ball 4, and we're loaded. And up steps Bryce Holmes. In a bases loaded spot for the Bearcats. They did what they needed to do there, pack the bases. Granted, there's 2 out.
I mean, you can pack the bases all you want and then ground out into a simple, ground out straight to the first baseman unassisted. It's good that you've grounded, that you've gotten bases loaded. Now, you got to get it past the infield.
I think this may just be potentially a simple mound visit. The only pitcher I see walking around over there is Owen Cuff, and he's already been out there today. So this is just a simple mound visit here with Trevor Jackson. Bryce Holmes today, he is 2 for 5. He flew out and lined out his first 2 plate appearances. Then he doubled in the 3rd. Then he singled in the 5th, came around to score, and then he struck out his last time up in the 7th. The lefty hitter is going to have the infield shifted around here to the left side. He comes in a huge spot here, and you look at Holmes in his career with the bases loaded, or this season at least, he's a 571 hitter with them loaded. 367 with runners in scoring position, and 259 with 2 out. That's the other big thing. It's the ups and the downs of having this kind of situation. He represents a run that would be the 18th run for the Bearcats offensively. They would love that, because that could all but try and solidify a victory, but stranger things happen. We've seen it in this game. Bryce Holmes, this is the big spot here. Will the momentum shift, or will the Bearcats hang on to it?
Wide open gap in between 3rd and short. You got to punch it through right there.
Yeah, you got to go there. There's no doubt about it. Even a little bit of a slower roller would do it. Swing and a miss from Holmes, 0-1. He wanted the grand slam with that swing. Holmes going to be crowding here in the box here, closer to the plate. He's got an 0-1 count on him, 2 out. Johnson at 3rd. He represents the 15th run. Here's the 0-1, 0-2. Both pitches probably would have been called strikes, so that's regardless where we're at right now. Holmes just needs to put something, needs contact. Johnson at 3rd, Smith at 2nd, Lloyd at 1st, Jackson's the pitcher, Holmes is the batter. 0-2 count, 2 out, bases loaded. Cats leading by 2, 14-12. Out of the stretch, here's the 0-2. Called strike 3. We head to the 9th here in Hammond. Abilene Christian is able to strand the bases loaded for the Bearcats, and it'll now come down to the arm of Lance Lusk if the Bearcats season keeps going. We'll step aside and take a break here. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lance Lusk heads to the mound here. He's going to be called upon to get 3 outs. That is all there is to it. 3 outs, and the Bearcats survive, and they force a second game tomorrow. If Abilene Christian's able to string across 2 runs, it would send it to the bottom of the 9th. If they string across 3, we go to the bottom of the 9th regardless. If that's the case, and then if the case that they get 3 runs, the Bearcats would be down for the first time in this game. Lance Lusk on the year, 4.62 ERA, 2-3 in decisions, 7 saves for Lance Lusk. 25 runs given up, 20 of them earned, 36 hits, 39 innings of work, 34 strikeouts. So he's a very good strikeout hitter. Doesn't walk very many. This is it, Jordan.
This is it. This is it right now for Lusk. He needs to play the best baseball he's ever played in his entire life. Not just collegiate, not Pee-wee, not even high school, just period.
Period.
Anytime he's ever stepped on a diamond, it's for this moment. He needs to step up in this moment, get 3 outs, not allow a run, and force tomorrow baseball.
That'll bring up Bryson Hill. He is 1 for 4 today. He singled his last time to the plate back in the 8th inning, that 7th spot that Abilene put up. 3 outs is all Lance Lusk needs. Here's the first pitch. That one runs outside, ball 1. 91 miles an hour fastball that time from Lusk. Last time we saw Lusk, it was in the game that opened this playoffs. This conference tournament up against the A&M Corpus Christi, where the Bearcats lost on a walk-off 4-3 by Itchy Birds. Here's the 1-0 to Hill. High 2-0. The tying run, and Mitchell Dixon waits in the on-deck circle, and the way he's hit the ball this season, he can definitely do it. Not really a home run hitter, but he knows how to bring him home. Lusk going to try and settle in here. 2 high fastballs. Needs one to fall into the zone here against Hill. Here is the 2-0. There's strike 1. Abilene Christian so far in this game, 12 runs on 12 hits. Bearcats 14 runs on 17 hits and 4 errors. So the offense has come at a premium here today for both teams. Bryson Hill at the plate, trying to crowd the box. Here's the 2-1 from Lusk. Outside, ball 3. Folks, you wanted to see a dramatic finish to this one, you're going to get it. Hill, he was walked back in the 6th at the hands of Matt Rudis. 3-1 from Lance Lusk. Swung on and missed, full count. A great 91-mile-an-hour fastball there from Lance.
Perfect spot there, just challenging him and saying, all right, try to hit this. And he challenged him, and he won. Now he's got to do it again here on a 3-2.
Again, Mitchell Dixon waits in the on-deck circle, the catcher for Abilene Christian. Full count offering from Lusk. Swung on and missed, 1 out! Big out number 1. He works it back from a 3-1 to a strikeout, and now they'll turn it back to the top of the order here in Mitchell Dixon.
Catcher, Mitchell Dixon.
As our good friend over at the Huntsville Item, Josh Criswell, gets ready to go set for the postgame. Here with head coach Jay Sirianni, I'm sure a lot of questions need to be answered here at the end of this one. Here's the pitch to Dixon, called strike 1.5. Oh, 1 count. Lusk set at the letters. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit in the air. That's going to get out of play here. Smith will give it a look. 0-2 the count. Of course, Christian Smith now in at first base. Rogers is out in left field now. Chadwick has been sat down for the rest of the game. At the plate, Mitchell Dixon. Lance Lusk looking for it out number 2. Here's the 0-2 from Lusk. On the ground to the shortstop, McKenzie. Throw on to Smith at first. They got him, 2 out.
And immediately Dixon is telling the coaches to go put on the headset as he's going to go stand on first base, and I think that's exactly what they're going to go do here.
Bang play.
They're going to talk, but then they're going to go straight to the headset, and there it is. This is the biggest challenge of the Bearcats season.
Fans here, they call it safe here over here. We'll see. Kind of hard to tell from where, if they'll show it on the video board. We'll see. Again, the call is out. Needs to be definitive evidence that, and very cut clear that he indeed was safe. If he is safe, it is 1 on and 1 out, and the tying run comes to the plate. If they stick with the call, it's nobody on and 2 out for
And
Lance
if he's
Lusk.
safe, this place is going to go nuts.
We'll see. We have a little pool going on here in front of us on who is safe. Abilene fan, I was going to say safe. Our SID here to the right says out. Our good friend Josh Jonas over here, he says safe. So we'll see which party wins. Will it be the majority or the minority? Taking a little bit of time here to review. We're going to keep it right here, folks, as we're going to wait and see. As it looks like they may have a call. It's, again, a bang-bang play at first, and you need to have definitive evidence to show that he was safe. Call on the field is out. As the Southeastern fans, they're going to get ready for their game that's coming up momentarily. They got the terrible towels out up here and going. Should be of course, that belongs to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got their own little lion towels out here.
The roaring towels, how about that?
There we go, roaring towels. We'll go with that. The home plate umpire and Jeremy Hayes, he's talking things over here with the production truck, of course, to see the replay officials, to see, again, the call is out on the field. You know, the longer that they take here, you would think it favors the Bearcats because they're trying to find it and see, they have an angle to see if he was safe. Again, like Jordan said, this is the biggest call of the ball game.
And of the Bearcats season.
On the Bearcats season as well. Because you have Grayson Tatro, who is on deck, regardless of how this goes. And the tension is so tight here, you can cut it with a knife. I'm feeling it. They're still talking things over. You know, I'm thinking they're going to go with the call on the field. It's very close. Granted, a great stretch over there by Christian Smith, a good play by McKenzie to even make that play even happen.
I think they're also taking their time because they understand the situation here. Currently, it would make it the second out of the inning, and the Bearcats would be 1 inning away from forcing a Game 2 winner go home to the semifinal or in the semifinals tomorrow, either at 9 a.m. or 1 p.m., depending on what happens with McNeese versus Southeastern Louisiana, which follows up probably about 30 minutes or so right after the conclusion of the ball game here in this one.
I think they may have the idea here is the umpires are facing each other here. Well, now they don't face each other. Here we go. Headset looks to be coming off here of the home plate umpire, Jeremy Hayes. There it is. Here's the call. The call is out. So they stick with the call, and it's confirmed that he was out. So that is big. That is out number 2. And the Bearcats are 1 out away. It'll come down to Grayson Tatro.
Center fielder Grayson Tatro.
The outfielder sophomore from Mansfield. Tatro on the day. He's had his struggles. He's 0 for 4 with a walk. Lance Lusk looking to send things to tomorrow. Here's the pitch to Tatro, outside ball 1. 89 miles an hour that time from Lusk. And a good job there by Tatro to not and have the wherewithal and the discipline to not swing. Again, McNeese and Southeastern, they follow this one. Out of the stretch, Lance Lusk delivers the 1-0. This one swung on and hit in the air to center, down base hit. Tatro reaches for the first time today, and the tying run will come to the plate in the form of arguably Abilene's best hitter, Colton Eager. Eager today 2 for 5. He's flown out twice, reached on an error and a pair of singles.
And the reason why Colton Eager was named Hitter of the Year in the Southland Conference, you mentioned it, the best hitter for Abilene and the best hitter just by a narrow stretch, especially going up against Colton Cowser's season as well.
Open stance, Eager awaits the first pitch from Lusk. Strike 1. Lusk painting the outside black there with that one. 2 strikes away. Junior from North Richland Hills, Texas, part of the DFW Metroplex. Probably with the biggest at-bat of his collegiate career. He represents the tying run. Here's the 0-1 from Lusk. High ball 1.
One smack of the ball will end up tying this ball game, and that's the one thing that Lusk is trying not to do, is putting it in a position where Eager can take a yard.
Not going to give him really anything much that he can hit. But he needs to set him down here. A 1-1 count, 2 out, runner at first in Tatro. Here's the pitch. Swung and a missed, 1-2. Abilene Christian down to their final strike. Bearkats wanting to see the daylight again tomorrow morning, or potentially at 1 o'clock, with a trip to the Southland Conference Championship on the line. Something the Bearkats were picked to do at the top of the season. They once led in this game by as much as 10 runs. The lead is down to 2, but they're looking to survive here. 1-2 count, 2 out, runner on. Eager at the plate. And the pitch from Lusk. Fouled away, he spoils it. Barely got a piece of it off the end of the bat. Cats trying to survive in this one. Infield, the slight shift here against Colton Eager. Lusk trying to send this to Saturday. Another 1-2 pitch. Fouled away again. As we near the 8 o'clock hour here in Hammond, Louisiana. The Southland Conference Baseball Tournament. Weren't even here last year due to the COVID pandemic, and such a blessing to be back here. The Bearkats lost the first game, where we thought that elimination was on the horizon. They've been able to fight their way back and are in an opportunity right now to force things to a second game tomorrow. 2 out, runner on at first. The 1-2 again to Eager. Fly ball into left center. Back on it is the left fielder, Rogers, and we go to Saturday. The Bearkats survive a last-minute push by the Abilene Christian Wildcats, and we go to tomorrow. The Bearkats win a nail-biter, 14-12, and obviously not a lot of happy faces on really either side, if you will. Bearkats, they survive and advance to tomorrow, but they didn't make it look easy. And you got to wonder what's going to come tomorrow. For both these teams, 2 of the best in the Southland Conference, 2 of them that will be making their exodus over to the Western Athletic Conference. You got to think they're going to bring their A games tomorrow for a spot in the Southland Conference Championship.
Yeah, it's all about getting to the championship game. That's what everything is for tomorrow. A great job by the Bearkats initially to get a good amount of runs, 10 in the first 6 outs of the ball game. 4 in the first, 6 in the second, 1 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the seventh. That's all that was needed. But you got to clean up the mistakes that occurred in the top of the 8th. 7 runs allowed. You cannot have that if you're expecting yourself to be in a title game. That is not what you can do. And now everything is on the line tomorrow. A win sends them to the conference championship game. for a chance at getting to the NCAA baseball tournament. A loss sends Sam Houston home.
The loss would also send Abilene Christian to the title game. You know, this is big for Abilene Christian this year. This is their first Southland regular season title, their first 1 seed. They've never won the Southland tournament, never appeared in the NCAA, so they got a lot to play for tomorrow. So do the Bearkats. So the Bearkats, they hang on to this one, 14-12 the final. After Abilene Christian gave it a good fight, a good finish all the way to the end of this one. As we wrap things up here from Hammond, Louisiana, I want to give a big thank you once again to Steve Ricks, our general manager, Rob Hipp, our sports director, Dave Donahue, our general manager, and for my broadcast partner, Jordan Smith, I'm Carlos Zimmermann. Once again, Bearkats win it 14-12, and they play Abilene tomorrow once again. Time to be determined. We'll wait the McNeese and Southeastern result for that to see who advances to the Southland Conference Championship. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Bearkats win it. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night and God bless. One more time from Hammond, Louisiana, and as always, have a pleasant tomorrow. Good night.